By the late 90s, the worst thing you could be was enthusiastic. Caring about anything too much, whether it be music, school, or even another person, was the social equivalent of jumping off of a cliff. When did caring become so uncool in the first place? It still is, to an extent. I mean, men can't like anything without being deemed a wimp or a simp. And then women can't like anything without it being trashed on by men or judged by other women. Tonight we're watching 10 Things I Hate About You through the theme of performance versus presence. If you've ever thought that the easiest way to survive socially would be to act like you don't care, this one's for you. Movie Sleepover is for people who love movies, but also for people who want to understand why certain stories stay with us. So get cozy. Because before we can talk about everything that happens in 10 Things I Hate About You, we have to talk about everything it hates about the world it was born into. Emotional Weather Report 10 Things I Hate About You edition. This movie came into the world at a very brief time where movies assumed that teenage girls were actually intelligent. You might say that 1999 was one of the best years for film in cinema history. We had The Matrix, The Sixth Sense, American Beauty, Fight Club, all having to do with identity. We were at the very beginning of that crisp digital age dread where studios were taking chances on innovative storytellers with unique perspectives. Comedies were starting to get darker, such as 10 Things I Hate About You or Office Space, and resonating more with the average middle American. The last half of the 90s was actually a time of prosperity and abundance for middle America. Sorry. I know it seems really far-fetched now, but close your eyes and time travel with me, okay? The Cold War has ended. The economy is booming. The job market is spectacular. I'm manifesting. The Twin Towers are still in New York, Columbine is just a school in Littleton, and everything is looking up for the future, and the millennium's right around the corner. So tonight, as you're watching, think of Cameron as your audience surrogate. The way that he longs for Bianca is the way that all of us are sort of longing to be significant in our own way. He sees getting the most popular, beautiful girl at school, and that means to him becoming the person that he wants to be. So here's the pitch. When the new kid falls for the most popular girl in school, he quickly learns that she's off limits due to a new rule by her controlling father that says that she can't date until her tempestuous older sister does. So they pay a rebellious outsider to date her, turning a simple scheme into a sharp, funny collision of pride, poetry, and unexpected feelings where pretending not to care might be the riskiest move of all. Tonight's Movie Sleepover is in 4 acts. Pre-production, what the movie's about, how it was made, and what it really sets up for us.
And you do that for me?
Hell yes! I mean, you know, I could look into it.
Choices, the storytelling and filmmaking decisions, character analysis, and why the emotional beats hit so hard.
You guys, please, take it outside! Thank you!
Release, how it landed, how it aged, and why it's a cultural reference point.
The shit hath hitteth the fan.
And takeaways, what we're keeping, what we're unlearning, and what this movie quietly teaches us about being human. Trivia questions will pop up for you to answer, pillow pile pauses will happen, and at the end we'll receive takeaways and a challenge, so all together we'll wrap up in a few hours. You don't have to watch all at once, you're welcome to come and go, but grab your snacks, get cozy, and let's watch 10 Things I Hate About You. All right, welcome to the sleepover. This is officially the 8th movie sleepover, though some of ours got lost due to copyright. We lost a lot of good men out there. Guys, I'm so excited to share this movie with you. Let's get to it. It's almost like we start with a garage band opening up and tuning. I love the font. Just everything about it feels like garage band and grungy and 90s, you know?
2, 3.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Just everything about this screams pre-Y2K Seattle, and it's so refreshing. 10 Things I Hate About You. What's really fun though is that the title actually rhymes with the source material, Shakespeare's play, The Taming of the Shrew, 10 Things I Hate About You. They sound kind of similar. I love that. And with the font and everything, and just the way it's worded, like the title sort of feels like a diary entry, which coincides with one of the writers, Karen McCullough, actually had a running list in her diary of things she hated about Anthony, her boyfriend at the time in high school. And so now that they've all grown up, Anthony, wherever he is, can say that, yes, he's that guy. So when she and Kirsten Smith, the other screenwriter, were writing the script, they looked over their journal entries to try and find material, and they saw that and thought, that's our title. It was distributed by Touchstone, so they thought that Disney was going to change the title completely, but it made it through the entire way of production. 10 Things I Hate About You is the only title that this movie ever had. Julia Stiles, oh my God, this is probably her first big breakthrough, along with Heath Ledger's first American media role. Okay, this is One Week by Bare Naked Ladies, and I learned all the words to this song for a dare from my prom date, and you know what, Clayton? Still got it. I'm like a vault, baby, locked down. And hot like wasabi when I bust rhymes, big like Leanne rhymes, because I'm all about value. So I want to talk a little bit about Julia Stiles and how she was cast immediately. Director Gil Younger had met with hundreds of girls for the role of Kat Strafford, but Julia Stiles, all of those girls had come dressed to impress. What really set Julia Stiles apart was that she showed up with no makeup, barefaced, looked him in the eye, and gave him like a super confident handshake. He thought to himself, if this girl can read English, she's getting the role. I love this. Is this even a 2-lane road? So you see the girls are all offbeat. They're not actually dancing to anything right now. They probably had no idea what song they were going to put over what they were filming at that time. So the girls in the car are bopping their heads, dancing to nothing, not knowing what song is eventually going to be laid on top of it. For all they knew, they were jamming along to Britney Spears. So we set up the cultural baseline, and then in one lyric, so the mood is quickly established with this sort of culture baseline, and then up rolls Julia Stiles, and with one lyric, 5 minutes before we even know her name, we know so much about this character. One line of music did the work of 5 lines dialogue or 5 lines of exposition. We automatically know that Kat is not eager to perform, and she does not care what you think about it. So here we lay eyes on Padua High School for the first time. And as soon as the director, Gil Younger, saw this place, he was like, oh, we're shooting the movie here. This high school is so perfect. It's Stadium High School, located in Tacoma, Washington. It actually used to be a luxury hotel built in like 1890. And what's fun is that a lot of the extras in this film were students at the school at the time. Somebody on Reddit actually made a comment about how they'll watch the movie sometimes just to see their old classmates and reminisce. I think that's kind of cute. Casting is just incredible in this film. We'll talk about that more later.
Hey!
Okay, that's rude. Kat immediately goes up and tears down this poster for the prom. Most proms in that time period had something to do with the millennium. Like theirs, for example, is blasting into the year 2000. Quick background fact. So the 2 writers, Kirsten Smith and Karen McCullough, met over the phone when Karen sent in a script to the company that Kirsten worked at. They sort of started talking and became friends, and eventually they worked on their second work together, which was 10 Things I Hate About You, which was the first spec script that Karen ever sold. So this was her first spec script. Then it was Gil Younger's first directorial feature film debut. And then on top of that, you have all these cast members who are just making their big breaks. It's the atmosphere on this film could not have been better. Not only all of that, they have since become the most successful female screenwriting duo ever. You've probably seen one of their works. They wrote Legally Blonde, She's the Man, Ella Enchanted, The House Bunny. I could go on. There's so many, but we only have so much sleepover.
I'll be right with you.
Priorities, Perky. Okay, she's writing erotica with a student, like what, a meter or 2 away? I mean, is it technically illegal? No, I don't think so. Do I have concerns? Yes. Would she actually get in trouble for writing that on school grounds? I mean, I know she's using her personal laptop, but like all jokes aside, would she actually get in trouble if someone found out that she was writing erotica like at school? Oh my God, that reminds me one time, you guys. Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. Okay, so I used to write fan fiction when I was in high school, and one time I turned in a paper and I didn't realize that on the back of it I had written notes for one of my stories. And so I got it back and the teacher had just put, "Did you mean to turn this in?" Nope. What is she doing? So Cameron is an army brat, and as a fellow military brat, I recognize some of his behavior and his adaptability, but we'll get into that later. Also, if you look behind Cameron at the shelves, look at the bookshelves, you see all these romance novels behind him, her inspiration. That's such a fun detail. I love that the set decorators put those.
9 schools in 10 years. My. Army brat?
Sounds familiar.
That's enough. I'm sure you don't find Padua any different than your old schools. Same little asswipe, shit for brains everywhere.
Oh, wow. She's clearly in the right line of work. I think her mouth is saying something else right here. What do you guys think? Did they ADR this in? ADR stands for automated dialogue replacement. It's when they go back and record dialogue that they couldn't get on the day. Or if they want to change it. So for example, if she said mother, then maybe they changed it. Because in the script it says mother. So I would be interested to know if she was saying something else there.
Did you just say, am I in the right office?
He is horrified. I think anybody would be. It's like this film is set in this sort of disparate reality where everybody is like 14% more candid.
Not anymore, you're not. I've got Deviants to see and a novel to finish. Now scoot.
Okay, she has pearls, a matching suit, that tight curled hairstyle. She clearly is judging the students. I wouldn't want to be in her school. That's all I'm saying.
Scoot!
Okay.
See, she calls the students deviants. Oh my gosh, look at the poster on the wall. She even has romance posters on the wall. Oh my God. She has this romance poster on the wall. She has romance novels all on the bookshelf. It just, those little details, I love it. They add up, and it really shows how much care was put into the film. Heath Ledger, ladies and gentlemen.
Patrick Verona.
His name is Patrick Verona. Patrick is a modern interpretation of Petruchio, the male lead from The Taming of the Shrew. And then Verona is where Petruchio is from, but it's also where Romeo and Juliet is set, in fair Verona, where we lay our scene, you know? So there's more name play in the film. We'll get to that later.
I see we're making our visits a weekly ritual.
Only so we can have these moments together. Should I hit the lights?
Oh, very clever, kangaroo boy.
Okay, she says they're meeting weekly at this point, so something's clearly happening and going on with him if he's getting into that much trouble. His character was partly inspired by Judd Nelson's character from The Breakfast Club. She calls him Kangaroo Boy. So we later learned that Patrick is from Australia, which of course is because Heath is from Australia. And it's so fun because the writers, Karen and Kirsten, were supposed to meet with Heath in order to go over the script and rewrite any dialogue that might be hard for him and make it more suitable to him. So they were supposed to be working on the script. They just ended up hanging out for a few hours. Apparently Heath was a really chill dude. Did you guys know that before Heath auditioned for the role of Patrick, the director had already met with 250 guys? That's, okay, the way casting works is if the director has seen 253 people, that means that casting has seen 2,500. So apparently his audition was a favor to another agent, and Marsha Ross at Disney was like, if he sucks, don't blame me. I don't know, when he walked in, he just had this sort of charisma to him that the director Gil just sort of, in his own words, he said, if this mother can speak English, he's got the role. Heath flew probably 17 hours for an audition that took 2 minutes.
It says here you exposed yourself in the cafeteria.
I was joking with the lunch lady. It was a bratwurst.
What?
Bratwurst?
This is not okay.
Aren't we the optimist?
Okay, Ms. Perky is one bad day away from a felony and you cannot change my mind. Look at his face. Yeah.
Next time, keep it in your pouch. Okay?
Oh my God. I can't tell if the stained glass is supposed to represent genitalia or not, or if I am reading into it because of Perky's novel, you know, and the material. But every time I see this, my mind goes there. But she basically tells him, keep it in your pouch, which is not bad advice, considering any kind of joking where you're exposing yourself is no longer a joke, because if that were real, you would be traumatizing somebody. So you see how that's not really funny? Allison Janney is not mentioned nearly enough when it comes to this film, and she is an absolute treasure. Her character is a nightmare, but she does a great job portraying her. I don't know about you guys, but if I was reading smut and all of a sudden it mentioned deli meat, I'd be a bit taken out.
Oh, hi. Thank God. You know, normally they send down one of those audio-visual geeks.
So we meet Michael, who's most like Tranio from the Shakespeare play. Both are sort of like comic relief and sidekicks and sort of architects of deception. Michael lets him know that he's been assigned to show Cameron around, and Cameron's relieved that he's like not the typical AV geek that they usually send. Awkward.
No, I do. I know what you mean.
Hey, Michael, where should I put the slides?
Michael. So, Cameron.
I love it. He has to double check the paper, like, Cameron. It just shows how adaptive everybody is, too. That Michael immediately adapts and is like, what, who?
Here's the breakdown.
Okay, so we have a moment where he's like, here's the breakdown, which if you haven't been living under a rock for the last 20 years, you've noticed this is one of those tropes that's used a lot in high school films. It's called a clique tour. It's where someone points out the stereotypes or archetypes, the different cliques and groups to the newcomer, and we sort of set up the social ecosystem, if you will, and the hierarchy. There's clique tours in Clueless, Mean Girls, 21 Jump Street. I'm sure there are so many more, but it's a super fast way for an audience surrogate to become acclimated and then exposed to information that could be important later.
Over there, we've got your basic beautiful people. Now listen, unless they talk to you first, don't bother.
That's important. He tells them about the pretty beautiful people, which don't bother unless they talk to you first. If we translate all of this back to the original Shakespeare play, think of cliques as your class, and then your popularity as the dowry. And Michael's just telling him that basically any upward momentum he's gonna have is gonna be granted to him, not the other way around.
Your rule or theirs?
Watch. Hey there.
Eat me.
You see that?
That expression is perfect. I love how the camera sort of tracks them. It makes it feel like a zoo exhibit. You know, like Michael's channeling his inner Attenborough. But it sets up the beautiful people and how they act, and that they're off limits. They act like they're above others. And without this scene, it wouldn't really be as risky later for Cameron to have his interest in Bianca. So this scene sets that up for later. The hierarchy has to be clear in order for his pursuit to matter later. Was your school like that? Mine wasn't that bad, I don't think. There was a lot of like bullying, but it
These delusionals are your
wasn't.
white Rastas?
The white Rastas show us that there was a very interesting relationship that the late 90s had with sort of culture borrowing and appropriation. I think the white Rastas are funny, if a bit problematic.
They're big Marley fans. They think they're black. Semi-political, but mostly...
Smoke a lot of weed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These guys...
So even when they're opting out, they're kind of opting in still because they're all the same. They all sort of dress like each other. That's why they're all in groups. The clique tour shows us that everybody's sort of performing something. Everybody is sort of just working with what they have, though. You have like the popular kids who are weaponizing their beauty, and then the coffee kids who are weaponizing their intellect, and then the white Rastas who are weaponizing sort of their indifference and floating above everything. So in the end, everybody is in this system sort of using what they have and making it work for them. No group is fully safe from performance.
Wait, let me guess. Cowboys?
Yeah, but the closest they've come to a cow is McDonald's.
They're lassoing at the trash can. Costuming probably had so much fun playing with all these different archetypes. Also, placing cowboys in a like Pacific Northwest high school is just funny in and of itself.
All Ivy League accepted. Yuppie greed is back, my friend.
So we continue our clique tour with the future MBAs. I love that. Yuppie greed is back, my friend. That's so funny. It's an ironic line, but it's basically, so by this time, we had lived through 80s excess, the early 90s recession, and then the late 90s boom, economic boom. And so saying yuppie greed is back, my friend, is sort of like, if I joke about the greed, it's not dark, you know? But okay, in other words, Michael is saying that he's seen the system and he's gonna play it. This is in the original script by Karen and Kirsten, and it's so funny for a throwaway line.
Hey guys, how you doing? Close it, Bogey. Yesterday, I was their god. Bogey Lowenstein started a rumor that I buy my Izods at an outlet mall.
Okay, I had to look this up. So depending on which Izods he's talking about, these are luxury pens. So I want you to keep in mind, everything that's about to happen is because of luxury pens.
So they kicked you out?
I'll still take over, but don't worry. He'll pay.
Bogey Lowenstein is attacking his character, but Michael realizes something important. Identity can be managed like a stock portfolio. He's about to buy the dip. So the filmmaking is treating this like social warfare almost like background noise, and it just shows you that reputational attacks are normal here. That all of this is as high stakes as CEOs getting mutinied, and it's just a regular Tuesday at Padua, which is so funny. When I was in high school, I used to have a phrase I would use anytime somebody said something crazy. I would say, that's like a Thursday for me.
Now over here.
Oh my God.
There she is. And then we're finally introduced to Bianca, and it's like the heavens opened up and the choir starts singing. But we see how everything in the scene sort of dims in comparison to how bright and effervescent she seems. I think it's interesting we're introduced to Bianca through Cameron's male gaze as opposed to how we're introduced to Kat. It's sort of the film telling us sort of subconsciously that one version of femininity is better than the other, but we'll get into that later.
What group is she in?
The Don't Even Think About It group.
So even though the camera's framing her as socially fluid, the way Michael says the Don't Even Think About It group makes it so that Bianca is now off limits. We also catch a glimpse of her friend, played by Gabrielle Union.
Bianca Stratford, she's a sophomore.
I burn, I pine, I perish.
Of course you do. So that line is from Shakespeare. The writers opened up a big book of Shakespeare and basically cherry-picked some phrases that they could sprinkle into the modern dialogue, which I think is so smart that they were able to incorporate the Elizabethan language into the 90s high school film. It just really upgrades the material, I think. If you had to place yourself in a clique today, what clique would you put yourself in? What were you in high school? I was mostly just a theater nerd in high school.
You know, she's beautiful and deep, for sure.
I love how he's looking at his nails as he says this.
Yeah, but see, there's a difference between like and love. Because I like my Skechers, but I love my Prada backpack.
So Bianca's lines about love and like have some really clever undertones to them. I thought about this, so Prada is shorthand for luxury, and then Skechers is basically shorthand for mainstream. So in one line, we're figuring out that Bianca is materialistic and rich.
But I love my Skechers. That's because you don't have a Prada backpack.
Oh. This is such good writing, and we get so much exposition with such little dialogue. I don't want to call it masterful in a sort of flowery kind of way, but it's impressive in my opinion.
Forget her incredibly uptight father, and it's a widely known fact that the Stratford sisters aren't allowed to date.
He's not even listening. Michael mentions that they're not allowed to date because they have an incredibly controlling father. Their name actually is also Shakespearean because it's where Shakespeare was born, Stratford upon Avon.
Whatever.
I love how Cameron's just no longer listening. His entire world's axis has adjusted. See, he's putting all his hopes and his dreams on this girl immediately after seeing her for 10 seconds. This whole opening is we're immediately immersed in this world. We know exactly where we are and the type of story that we're about to see. I'm so excited to share this film with you guys.
What did everyone think of The Sun Also Rises?
I loved it. He's so romantic.
Romantic? Hemingway?
Picking Hemingway is fun because he was sort of known for his hypermasculine themes. So to introduce us to Kat's feminism, it's a really good subject for her to go off on. On top of that, Julia Stiles also got into a fight with her English teacher over some problematic misogyny in the text. And would you know that the text that they were debating about was The Taming of the Shrew? Also in Taming of the Shrew, Kate, is dubbed as disruptive, but she's mostly interrogating her suitors, whereas in this film, Kat is interrogating ideas. Mr. Morgan rolls his eyes, telling us that this has probably happened a lot of times before, setting Kat up as somebody who sort of disrupts the system.
He was an abusive alcoholic misogynist who squandered
Here
half
we
his life
go.
hanging around Picasso trying to nail his leftovers.
As opposed to a bitter, self-righteous hag who has no friends?
Wow. So I'd like to go into sort of the dynamics of what's happening here. It's a lot. So keep in mind, when people comment, it's not that deep, I'm the person they comment that at. I'm going to be going into a lot in this video, so just a heads up, there might be spoilers, but more than that, there's going to be some deep dives. We're going to get pretty analytical up in here. As we're watching, I want you guys to notice how much of their behavior is a performance or for the benefit of other people, basically, and how the story slowly dismantles those performances. So let's watch how Joey argues, because first he attacks her.
Pipe down, Chachi.
I guess in this society, being male and an asshole makes you worthy of our time.
Get him! Get him! So the Hemingway debate is just a way for us to get to know who Kat is without a ton of lines of exposition. 10 Things allows her intensity to feel really isolating socially for her. Kat doesn't get any kudos for sticking it to the man. Quite the opposite, in fact.
What about Sylvia Plath, or Charlotte Bronte, or Simone de Beauvoir?
Wow, even mentioning.
What did I miss?
Then Patrick enters and we get this moment.
The oppressive patriarchal values that dictate our education.
Good.
Hey, I'm Mr. Morgan.
So you see, the one in the scene right now with the power is Mr. Morgan. And by Patrick basically ignoring him, he's showing that he's willing to be outside the rules. And that makes us, as an audience, believe later that he'd actually take the money. It's less than a minute of screen time, but it says so much about his character. So he also shows that he's not really down with the cause. She mentions what she's railing against, and he just says, "Oh, good," and walks out, which is probably why Kat didn't even really recognize him at first as a possible suitor, because she'd be more interested in somebody who's gonna stand up for what he believes in. It just shows us that Patrick isn't who Kat would want yet.
Is there any chance we could get Kat to take her Midol before she comes to class?
So Joey suggests that Kat is on her period and that's why she's being so argumentative. What a little weasel. A guy bringing up your period during a debate about misogyny is just next level ironic, my friends. And notice the timing of it. He brought it up to invalidate her. You see, when someone can't comfortably engage with the critique of something that benefits them, they'll attack the person who's saying it rather than the argument itself.
Someday you're gonna get bitch slapped, and I'm not gonna do a thing to stop it.
Mm-hmm. You know when a character makes you really pissed off that they were written really well. And this is one of my favorite parts of the movie, the subtle foreshadowing to the prom scene at the end.
And Kat, I want to thank you for your point of view. I know how difficult it must be for you to overcome all those years of upper middle class suburban oppression.
I find it really interesting, especially since it's not technically like a social justice driven movie. Mr. Morgan calls out Kat's white feminism a good 10 to 15 years before it's more common to do that. And Kat, while she does have a huge chip on her shoulder, isn't, she's still a spoiled upper middle class white girl at the end of the day, so.
But the next time you storm the PTA, ask them why they can't buy a book written by a black man.
That's right, Mom.
Don't even get me started on you two.
They're like, don't, we don't want the smoke. I'm surprised he hasn't already gone in on them, but he probably wants to keep his job. He was Tommy Weber in Galaxy Quest, so if you're into sci-fi and you're wondering, where have I seen him before? That's how.
Yeah, go to the office. You're pissing me off.
What? Mr. Morgan?
Later.
You see the poster on the wall says, what is right is not always popular, and what is popular is not always right. I think it's interesting in the script, Kat is described as pretty but trying hard not to be. Ooh, sorry. I'm not supposed to be using air quotes. I realized last time that I did it way too much. She hits Joey on the way out. So he kicks her out of class, and then we cut to Ms. Perky's office where we get a Zolly of Ms. Perky. A Zolly is a combination of a dolly and a zoom. So for example, you would dolly in while zooming out, and that creates this vertigo effect that you see here. It's usually used to signify when something's wrong or being realized. And right here, I think they probably used it to show how crazy it is that she's doing this at school, but also that she's sort of disconnected from reality a little bit. Dude, look at this Zolly!
Removes her red.
Oh my god, look at it! And then it stopped. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna have to explain this to you guys. This is so good. I thought this was so impressive. They stop the camera movement when she sort of loses her train of thought, and then when she picks it up again, they start the Zolly again. Anybody who's even attempted a Zolly, this is really impressive camera movement.
Judith! What's another word for engorged? Turgid.
Tumescent?
Perfect.
So with this throwaway line, we're basically just acknowledging that she's intelligent. I remember when I was basically a thesaurus. And then COVID happened, and now I couldn't remember the word bucket the other day. Good times.
So, I hear you were terrorizing Mr. Morgan's class again.
Expressing my opinion is not a terrorist action.
Expressing my opinion is not a terrorist action. We need to memorize that, America.
The way you expressed your opinion to Bobby Ridgway. By the way, his testicle retrieval operation went quite well.
I still maintain that he kicked himself in the balls.
It's such a funny line because it shows that she's not afraid to stand up to authority, and that she also places the blame on whoever incited the incident rather than the reaction. And we also need to memorize that, America.
The point is, Kat.
I found this mug, you guys. I love how little makeup Kat wears throughout the film. That was a huge part of her casting. As for casting, Younger told Disney that he wanted complete unknowns for the leads, which I think is another reason why the film is so good. Younger also told Disney that he wasn't going to make a high school film. He was going to make a film about characters who fall in love who happen to be in high school. He said he wanted to make a film that his friends could also watch and enjoy. And I think in that aspect he succeeded. So just to recap, we have a director making his first feature film with the first script from these two women starring relatively unknowns. This was a huge gamble by the studio, and I think it paid off. I mean, even Younger said from the very first second, he believed he was making a hit. Oh, Perky.
People perceive you as somewhat
tempestuous.
So tempestuous means unpredictable, turbulent, and quick-tempered. But I think they probably used it as a nod to another Shakespeare play, The Tempest.
heinous bitch is the term used most often.
Look how proud of this she is.
You might want to work on that.
And then it's framed as something she needs to work on. That is a huge compliment to her. It reminds me of this line from the show You, starring Charlotte Ritchie, where she says, "And not only do I not care if you think I'm a bitch, I hugely prefer it." That I've been trying to channel that energy into my own life.
As always, thank you for your excellent guidance.
So Kat leaves the scene saying this.
I'll let you get back to Reginald's quivering member.
Which Miss Perky immediately commandeers.
Quivering member. I like that.
The fact that the students know that Perky's working on the romance novel is a whole other layer to the comedy.
Virgin alert, favorite.
Ew! His friend literally tells him, "Virgin alert, your favorite." What a disgusting thing to say about somebody. Wow.
Looking good, ladies.
Oh, she's out of reach, even for you.
But how predictable, a guy like Joey revels in the conquest, so Bianca is nothing more than a notch on his belt. And as an audience, we understand this.
No one's out of reach for me.
You wanna put money on that?
Money I've got. This I'm gonna do for fun.
Wow. Okay, here we have some crucial exposition for our stakes later. See, Joey takes the bet not for money, for fun, for sport. That's despicable. That is so gross. But it shows that Joey's the kind of guy who gets his kicks from the power. This is a guy who has everything, and his only entertainment comes from feeling powerful over other people. Joey would for sure be in the Epstein files.
Who's the bad guy?
It's Joey Donner. He's a jerk-off and a model.
So we get more setup. Joey's a model. So we now know he's even more self-centered.
Well, he's a model?
A model. Mostly regional stuff, but he's rumored to have a big tube sock ad coming out.
Really?
Really.
It's so funny. If Joey weren't such a jerk, I would be ragging on them for making fun of him for modeling. Because, like, get your bag, do whatever you gotta do. But the fact that he is a tool, we are gonna make fun of him for the tube sock modeling.
Man, look at her. Is she always so
Vapid?
So this is Cameron's first day, and he's set his eyes on Bianca. He's decided that's who he wants. And you gotta wonder if this is something he does at every school he goes to, or if this is something new for him, that he decided that rather than create a new identity for himself at school, he's just gonna find himself a girlfriend and start there. It's important to remember you should have your own identity before seeking out someone else, but that's a whole conversation for another time.
How can you say that? She's totally...
Conceited.
What are you talking about? There's more to her than you think.
Oh, really? Cameron is your standard nice guy. He projects his dreams, his wishes, and his hopes all onto Bianca without even knowing her at first. He's not even spoken to this girl yet, and he's positive that she's deeper than the Mariana Trench. But Michael knows her better, and he's describing her using not very kind words.
Look at the way she smiles, and look at her eyes, man. She's totally pure. You know, you're missing what's there.
Oh dear. She's totally pure? Ew, what? Okay, I'm taking that to mean more like she's still filled with childlike wonder and less to be gross, because that's...
What's there is a snotty little princess.
Wow.
Wearing a strategically planned sundress.
See, okay, Michael is a kid who has such good pattern recognition. He's like, he sees the system and he plays it. And for him, that line, like strategically planned sundress, that's perfect for him. He's the type of character who would clock that even nowadays, purity is mostly an aesthetic.
Guys like us realize that we can never touch her. And guys like Joey realize that they want to. She, my friend, is what we will spend the rest of our lives not having.
See, he says to make guys like us realize we can never have her and guys like Joey realize they want to. But that treats Bianca like she's some prize, like she's just something to make their lives better somehow. So Cameron's in earth tones for the majority of the film, and I really love, he shows up in green first, which is like green, you think inexperienced, you know? But then we have Bianca in her sundress, and to me, I didn't realize they were little red flowers at first. I thought they were cherries, so I was like, that's a bit on the nose, but after a while I was like, oh, they're flowers. Michael basically tells Cameron that the closest he's gonna get to Bianca is in his imagination at night, if you know what I mean.
No, you're wrong about her.
And then this kid, with zero anecdotal evidence, goes 10 toes down on this girl without meeting her for even a second. This is limerence, my friends. It's basically where you project all of these qualities onto somebody and you project onto them the fact that if you were with them, your life would be better.
You want to take a shot? Be my guest. She's actually looking for a French tutor.
Are you serious? That's perfect.
Do you speak French?
Well, no, but I will.
This is funny though, because the actor playing him, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, is fluent in French. You can see him looking around the camera guy. So we see a young Joseph Gordon-Levitt who was fresh in his heartthrob era after his sitcom days, which leads us to trivia time. Joseph Gordon-Levitt was already a familiar face when this movie came out. What TV show had he been starring in? Was it A, Freaks and Geeks, B, Third Rock from the Sun, C, Boy Meets World, or D, Dawson's Creek? The answer is B, Third Rock from the Sun. It's so funny because he originally didn't want to sign on to this film, but it was one of the best filming experiences he ever had.
Hey, your little Rambo look is out, Kat. Didn't you read last month's Cosmo?
Did you? Joey criticizes Kat's camo shirt, saying that she should have read last month's Cosmo, as in Cosmopolitan, as in the magazines that's for attracting guys. Perhaps Joey is like Jacob from Crazy Stupid Love, and he also lives his life through the male gaze. Who can say?
Run along.
But she doesn't entertain it at all. She's like, move along.
I know you can be overwhelmed.
This is an
and you can be
iconic...
underwhelmed. But can you ever just be whelmed?
I think you can in Europe.
Hi, ladies.
This is one of my favorite exchanges in the film because, okay, the wordplay is so funny because even though whelmed is technically a real word, we use it so rarely that it becomes almost laughable. Bianca's basically performing intelligence at this point. And then the real joke of it all is when Joey rolls up in his sports car and it's like all of a sudden all that introspection and all that reflection gets flushed from their brains like saline as soon as a cute boy rolls up.
You sweet young things like a ride.
Oh my gosh. The teenager in me is like, hell yes, but the adult in me is like, put your seatbelt on immediately. Because you know Joey is the type of douche that would speed just to try and impress the girls in the car and end up wrecking everything and potentially hurting people.
Sphincter, then drive.
So then Michael rides his scooter in front of her car and she calls out to him, remove head from sphincter and then drive, which is so great. It's like a callback. So you got to remember where we are. We're in the late 90s, right around the time where Dawson's Creek had everybody speaking with this vocabulary where it was like superfluous loquaciousness, you know? You had the comedic timing of Clueless adding in with Shakespeare, which made everything focus on wordplay and optics. But do modern teenagers talk like that? Probably not.
Just a minor encounter with the shrew. It's your girlfriend's sister.
Wait, that's Bianca's sister?
The mewling, Rampalian wretch herself.
Wow. Here we have our reference to Shakespeare. Cameron finds out that Bianca and the wench herself are from the same family.
Stay cool, bro.
Yeah, see you later.
Look at that tracking shot. Oh my gosh. I always forget this part. So Michael almost dies here on his scooter. It's this sort of semi-gratuitous stunt, which in a behind-the-scenes featurette, the writers, Karen and Kirsten, mentioned that the director added this stunt in, along with some of the other more masculine aspects of the film. Wow. Look at these shots. Gorgeous. They had some fun. But if we're angling back to our theme tonight, performance versus presence, you can see that Michael's pretty much performing competence and confidence. And then as soon as he turns away from the crowd, you see all of it sort of wither away and he's like, oh my God. Kudos to the filmmakers. I could not catch a reflection in this helmet, which I think is very impressive. His performance comes down and he's just immediately like, oh dear. And I love the plants in his visor. That's so funny. That's the kind of thing where you earn a reputation. That's the guy who drove his scooter off a cliff. He's crazy. Look at this shot. Oh my God. This crane shot, we go from looking at the sound to we look at the house, we see the father walking up from his car, and then we push into the window on Kat. It's all so gorgeous. This house, oh my gosh. I'm a sucker for a wraparound porch, you guys. Wow. She's reading the bell jar.
Hello, Katerina. Make anyone cry today?
Sadly, no. But it's only 4:30.
His first question to her is whether she made anyone cry that day. It almost seems like he's pleased by that because it keeps dumb boys away and therefore teenage pregnancy. He doesn't appear to be too judgmental of her attitude. It's mostly her defiance of his authority.
Hi, Daddy.
Hello, precious.
And where have you been?
Nowhere.
Hey, what's this? It says Sarah Lawrence.
She got the big envelope, you guys. Oh, her dad shows her the envelope from Sarah Lawrence, and it's the big envelope, so you know automatically she's in. But I love her acting here. It is not easy at all to be like super surprised. Go ahead and act surprised. It's so much harder because you go from having very little energy and then you see something and it's supposed to spark excitement in you. But obviously you're an actor, you've seen that thing many times, so you have to draw that excitement out of you, and it's not as easy as it looks. So I'm very impressed with how giddy she is right here.
Honey, that's great, but isn't Sarah Lawrence on the other side of the country?
Thus the basis of its appeal.
Their dad's hesitant because Sarah Lawrence is really far away, but Kat lets him know, like, that's basically why she wants to go there in the first place. She's probably tired of this entire town and her identity, and she wants a new start.
I thought we decided you were going to stay here and go to school. UW, like me. Be a husky.
What's funny is Bianca's actress, Larissa Olenek, actually went to Sarah Lawrence in real life after this was completed.
No, you decided.
Oh, it's one of those.
So what, you just pick up and leave, is that it?
Let's hope so.
Okay, some lore that's not openly addressed, though it is implied a little bit. The mother apparently didn't die, she left. So she abandoned the family. So when he says you're just gonna pack up and leave, that line's actually heavier than it sounds because that's actually what they just went through.
Ask Bianca who drove her home.
Yeah, you should have stayed out of this,
don't
miss.
change the drove. Who drove you home?
His train of thought being interrupted is so funny. And then, of course, Bianca tries to deliver it more gently, but he's barely listening at this point. It goes as well as you'd imagine.
Get upset, Daddy, but there's this boy.
Who's a flaming imbecile.
See, okay. When Kat is critiquing Joey, all Bianca hears is a critique of herself. Because if Joey is such an imbecile and I like him, what does that make me? Any criticism about Joey is automatically going to be filtered through that. Which is why I kind of wish that Kat had opened up to her sooner and told her about her history, but we'll get to that.
Please.
And I think he might ask me.
Please, I think I know what he's going to ask you.
Oh, gosh.
And I think I know the answer. No, it's always no.
The actor Larry Miller actually plays the father on the TV series 10 Things I Hate About You as well. When you find an actor who can play a role so well that they switch mediums, it's pretty exciting.
What are the 2 house rules? Number 1, no dating till you graduate. Number 2, no dating till you graduate.
The first rule of Fight Club. No dating till you graduate. What do you guys think of that rule? Did you guys date in high school?
So unfair.
All right, you want to know what's unfair? This is for you 2.
I love the costuming, how like Kat's in blue and then Bianca's very feminine and in pink. And I love though that Kat, if you look closely, like she's wearing a pearled pendant. And to me, that just hints at her sort of softness that she's hiding.
This morning, I delivered a set of twins to a 15-year-old girl. Do you know what she said to me?
Twins at 15?
I'm a crack whore who should have made my skeezy boyfriend wear a condom?
Wow, Bianca. He says he delivered twins to a 15-year-old, and Bianca immediately assumes that she's a crack whore. Bianca judges people harshly for situations that she could find herself in very quickly, which is why I love rule number 1 at Movie Sleepover, which is empathy before judgment. Making the dad an OBGYN, like an obstetrician, is so clever. In the Shakespeare play, Baptista, the father, basically leverages the daughters a lot, but in this film, it's his anxiety and his overprotectiveness that are the driving forces. In the late 90s, there was a teen pregnancy boom, so that probably also goes with why it's like so intense. But on top of that, so I was looking into third wave feminism when I was doing research for this video, and it kind of struck me how prevalent patriarchal control is in the story. It's so smart. The writers they took the patriarchy and they distilled it down into one character who literally, his job is to regulate female bodies. And then he gets home and tries to control them from the starting point. Because there's an even deeper layer to it. Okay, so remember how I said their mom left? So he lost his wife, and now he's holding on for dear life on the 2 people that he loves most, so he doesn't lose them as well. In the end, he's played mostly for laughs, which is a big departure from the source material, but all of his controlling behavior comes from a place of fear. And I think a lot of us can relate to that.
Close.
Close.
But no, she said I should have listened to my father.
She did not.
Well, that's what she would have said if she wasn't so doped up.
I should have listened to my father. He's basically trying to use his job as reasoning for why he's so strict. I do feel sympathy for this dad because his reality at his work is seeing the outcome of bad decisions every day. So in that vein, I understand it, but have you ever been so nervous about an outcome that your behavior, like you work so hard to avoid something that you inadvertently cause it? By being so overprotective, he's basically ensuring that Bianca's gonna start sneaking around behind his back. Unfortunately, I think if he was a bit more realistic and understanding, they would have listened to him more. But on top of that, he should have trusted them. But what do you guys think?
Can we focus on me for a second, please? I am the only girl in school who's not dating.
Oh, no, you're not. Your sister doesn't date.
And I don't intend to.
Then Kat and Bianca argue over the boys at their school being less than desirable.
And why is that again?
Have you seen the unwashed miscreants that go to that school?
God, okay, look how absurdly comfortable that couch looks. You guys, I have a theory that all beds, pillows, and cushions are 15% more comfortable looking on film. Like, you know how the camera adds 10 pounds? I think it adds comfiness to all, like, soft surfaces on film. Because look how comfortable that looks, you guys. I just want to jump on it.
Where did you come from? Planet Loser?
As opposed to Planet, look at me.
Bianca judges Kat for not caring what anybody thinks, and then Kat judges Bianca for caring too much.
Okay, here's how we solve this one. Old rule out, new rule.
So when he says new rule, pay attention to, okay, the camera tells us who has power in this scene. We're looking up at him as though we're on the sister's level, so that tells us who the film wants us to empathize with.
Bianca can date. When she does.
I love Bianca's softening of her expression, like, you've seen the light, Daddy. And then all of a sudden, he's like, when she does.
But she's a mutant. What if she never dates?
Then you'll never date. Oh, I like that.
So then Walter makes up his mind that Bianca can date as soon as Kat decides to. It seems like equality, but it's really control in a sweater. In just a few short lines, we've changed the entire dynamic of the film and the family. We've officially had our inciting incident, and resentment among the sisters is bubbling higher and higher.
And I'll get to sleep at night. The deep slumber of a father whose daughters aren't out being impregnated.
The funniest part to me, and the irony of it all, of Bianca can only date if and when Kat does, is it sets the entire plot into motion. Without the rule, Cameron never approaches Joey, Joey never approaches Patrick, and nobody falls in love. The rule basically says, your sister's behavior controls your access to relationships, which is absurd if you think about it. It practically encourages scheming, so it makes perfect sense to us as an audience when Bianca starts gaming the system. And as far as our theme goes, performance versus presence, he's basically running an Oscar campaign for the role of most traumatized dad.
We'll talk about
Not the beeper.
Oh, wait, Daddy!
I gotta go.
His beeper goes off, reminding us of the times. The sisters have to basically deal with the aftermath of his ruling.
Can't you just find some blind F read take you to the movie so I can have one date?
Oh, wow. Okay, wow. Okay. Wow. This is one of those moments where it would be really easy to condemn the film, but we'd be looking at it through the morals of 2026, which isn't really fair. Because we have to remember, for a lot of the early millennium, it was completely normal to use gay and the R word as insults or to mean something that's just not good. I even have a video of me saying the R word when I was in high school, calling a bunch of creepy old men that word. So I pride myself on being empathetic, and I have my entire life, so if I thought there was anything wrong with that word at the time, I definitely would not have used it. So that just shows, like, the culture was different. So overall, though, what she's trying to say to Kat is, why can't you just empathize with me so I can live how I want to live?
You'll just have to miss out on the witty repartee of Joey Eat Me Donna.
You suck.
You suck. Gotta love sisterly love. They're doing it to each other. I really wish, this is one of those moments where you really wish that the character would have just been honest, because I think if Kat would have just explained herself and been like, you know what, I understand you have a crush on Joey, but I had a really bad experience with him, and I'm just trying to protect you from something that really hurt me. I think maybe Bianca would have been a bit more understanding, but she waits until the worst moment to tell her, and then she tells her in a way that she's like martyring herself for it. We'll go into that later, but overall, I don't know. It's just a problem of both of the sisters not empathizing with one another and two different ideals of femininity, which we'll also go into that in a little bit. So then we cut to the first French tutoring scene, which is so funny because Joseph Gordon-Levitt is actually fluent in French, but his character is not. In the original Shakespeare play, Lucentio pretends to be Cambio, so Cambio equals Cameron. He's like trying so hard to go over it before she gets there, which begs me to wonder, did he get his own French tutor, or is he like completely winging it here?
Can we make this quick? Roxanne, Corinne, and Andrew Jarrett are having an incredibly horrendous public breakup on the quad. Again.
That's so perfect for her character. So it's just continually reinforced that Bianca cares more about her social life than pretty much anything else. But in the late 90s and early millennium, being cool for young girls mostly meant proximity to male desire. So it makes sense to me that the most exciting events for Bianca are school breakups.
Start with pronunciation, if that's all right with you.
Not the hacking and gagging and spitting part, please.
Of course she thinks that way.
Alternative.
There is?
Yeah, French food. We could,
Watch her face here.
Saturday night.
Watch his hopeful puppy dog eyes. He's terrified of rejection. It just makes me think, so it's really easy to write Cameron off as just a stereotypical nice guy, but I think a lot of his scheming is not done maliciously. It's mostly done in a sort of misguided attempt to avoid rejection.
You're asking me out?
And then I'm sure you notice her entire demeanor shifts. It's as if she's actually seeing a puppy.
That's so cute. What's your name again?
Wow.
Cameron.
To me, how she acts signals that she looks at Cameron as being below her. And the fact that he actually asks her out, she's surprised by it. She almost looks at Cameron the way I look at Bunny, that one dog who learned how to talk using buttons. Have you guys seen that? The dog had an existential crisis. I digress.
Listen, I know that your dad doesn't let you date, but I thought that if it was for French class that...
Oh, wait a minute. Curtis.
Cameron.
He even thought of a workaround. He thought if the date was for studying and it was for tutoring, then her dad would let her go. That kind of forethought is really sweet in my opinion.
My dad just came up with a new rule. I can date when my sister does.
You're kidding. Let me ask you, do you like sailing? Because I read about this place that rents out boats.
A beaucoup problemo, Calvin.
See, calling him Calvin and then Curtis throughout the scene, once is a mistake, twice is a power move. She's basically telling him, you're interchangeable to me.
My sister's a particularly hideous breed of loser.
See, she puts Kat down so she doesn't have to face anything about herself. Bianca's power comes from social validation. When Kat sort of rejects the entire system, she's not only being annoying to Bianca, she's destabilizing her entire identity. That's why I think Bianca talks about her like this and calls her a hideous breed of loser. Think of it like this. If Kat's worldview is correct, that makes Bianca and her way of life look shallow. And Bianca doesn't feel or think about herself as shallow, so it must be Kat who's wrong.
You think you could find someone that extreme?
Yeah, sure, why not?
So he suggests that there are bound to be guys that would want to go out with someone like Kat. And when pressed to see if he could find someone like that, he says yes. Now watch, Bianca is about to influence him here, and it's practically surgical.
And you do that for me?
Hell yes! I mean, you know, I could look into it.
What does Cameron get when he does something for Bianca? Physical contact, a softer voice, and eye contact. She rewards him with proximity, and for a teenage boy, that's basically like catnip. But of course, Bianca knows that.
Now, I have gathered a group of guys, couldn't be more perfect, Padua's finest.
I love how Michael's backpack is a briefcase. It's so great for his character. I had a teacher, an instructor for my Art of Digital Cinematography class, Lynette, who was a production designer, and she said one of her favorite things to design for characters were briefcases and like what was in a character's briefcase. And so we even did that as an assignment, and it was really fun.
How you doing? Would any of you be interested in dating Katarina Stratford?
We get a quick montage of Michael rounding up the only guys that he think would give Kat a chance at dating, and it goes about as well as you'd expect. I love that sequence because it implies that he went up to all of them in a group, asked the question, and then all of them sat down individually in the chair and answered the question one by one.
Maybe if we were the last two people alive and there were no sheep. Are there sheep?
Cameron sets the whole thing in motion, but if we really look at it, Bianca is the one who manipulates him to start doing that. So really, maybe the girls in this film have a bit more agency than previously thought. I love the stained glass. Oh my gosh, love that shot. The school used to be a luxury hotel, and then apart from that, they even offered really respected stained glass classes from like the 70s to the 2000s. I don't know if they still do it there, but yeah, so it's a fun little tidbit that they included that was original to the school. Did you guys ever dissect frogs? So I probably mentioned this in our ep movie sleepover, but I did not dissect a frog. I went and hid and laid down behind the teacher's counter and got out of it. So no judgment to anyone that actually did it. It's good for learning, obviously. I just couldn't force myself to do it.
Did I or did I not tell you it was pointless? No one will go out with her.
Wow. Did he sniff it? I'm assuming that both Cameron and Michael are in an advanced biology class rather than Patrick being held back in a previous biology class, because it seems like Patrick's friend is also in this class. So that makes me think that Cameron and Michael are just advanced and they're in a forward class. You guys know what I mean. There's so much to this scene that makes it so fun. Cameron sees Patrick and says, "What about him?" But Michael is super quick to 86 that idea.
Him? No, don't look at him, okay? He's a criminal. I heard he lit a state trooper on fire.
I love how grandiose the rumors about him are and like random. But Michael he basically lets him know it's a bad idea. He's too loose of a cannon. It's not gonna work.
He just did a year in San Quentin.
Wow.
Yeah, well then at least he's horny.
I'm serious, man. He's whacked.
I love how witty the dialogue is. Do you guys love it? I don't know. If you have witty dialogue, I'm on board immediately.
He sold his own liver on the black market for a new set of speakers.
I did not take anatomy in high school. You're probably gonna judge me. It's okay. But I'm pretty sure you can't survive without a liver. I Googled it. You cannot survive without a liver. I'm sorry. I know it's embarrassing that I had to Google it. I was raised in America, guys. Give me some slack. I love his friend's expression right here. He's so annoyed. Like, even this guy who is dressed and looks like this thinks that Patrick is a bit out there.
He's our guy.
He just feels it in his gut. So while the knife was scripted, Heath Ledger playing with the Bunsen burner was not. And it's a good thing he brought the book with him, I guess. So Patrick takes all these very masculine classes. It sets him up as a very masculine person. And Cameron tries to talk to him, and then this happens.
How you doing? Listen,
If a guy started drilling a hole into the book you were holding, would you stay to have a conversation, or would you book it immediately? Book it? Get it? Get it? Later. I love his look of like indignation. He's like, "Are you seriously talking to me right now?" And like, It's the teenage equivalent of a wolf showing its teeth. Okay, with the drill, do you think Patrick was testing Cameron right here or just being a menace? Think of it like he's just maintaining the myth around him. Because once people start seeing through that myth that he's no longer dangerous, they're not going to treat him the same way. He won't be as safe. They might actually start to see the real person. And Patrick isn't ready for that yet. So this moment kind of makes sense, even though it's crazy. That was a fun shot.
How do we get him to date Kat?
A fun fact though, look out for this book later because even though it has a huge hole in it, he still uses it when he's tutoring Bianca. Cameron says maybe they should offer to pay Patrick, to which Michael says what they need is a backer.
What's that?
Someone with money who's stupid.
Cut to Joey Donner getting his kicks drawing boobs on a lunch tray with a marker. It's just a throwaway joke, but it does show us how immature he is. Wow. Can I even show this? I don't even think I can show that. The guys react like by sitting down, Michael has somehow committed a felony. So this calls back to the earlier conversation where Michael says, if the pretty popular people don't start the conversation, you might as well not bother.
Are you lost?
No, actually, I just came by to chat.
We don't chat.
Well, actually...
You can see Cameron in the background waiting eagerly for news.
Hear me out. Now, you
oh my gosh.
Want Bianca,
here we go.
Right? But,
so apparently Andrew Keegan had never drawn genitalia before, so he had to be taught behind the scenes before the take. Honestly, I think that probably helped them not get the R rating, the fact that he didn't know how to draw it that well. I think it is so funny. So it's PG-13, but even the two writers, Karen and Kirsten, admitted that it would probably get an R rating today.
You need to hire a guy who'll go out with her, someone who doesn't scare so easily.
So Michael suggests that Joey hire someone to take Kat out so he can take out Bianca. And who does he suggest?
That guy? I heard he ate a live duck once.
Everything but the beak and feet. Clearly, he's a solid investment.
I love how random these rumors are. Okay, he sold an organ on the black market that he can't live without, and then he ate a live duck. They're so random, and yet I love that they're not necessarily centered around Australia. Like, you would think there'd be at least one kangaroo joke in there, or dingo, but the point isn't whether they're true or not, it's the fact that Patrick lets them exist at all. He doesn't bother to correct anybody because your reputation is basically your armor in high school. If people think you're dangerous or weird, they're not gonna mess with you. So for the rest of the scene, Michael has a dick on his face, which I don't know if I'm allowed to show this or if I have to blur this. I don't know. When asked why Michael is even bringing this to his attention, he says this.
I'm walking down the hall and I say hello to you. You say hello to me.
Yeah, I get it. You're cool by association. I'll think about it.
The fact that he actually believes that that's his motive. Joey is so easily manipulated.
We're done now.
Yeah.
So he tells him, I'll think about it, we're done here. And then this moment is funny to me because I can think of zero reason why Michael does not just get up immediately and leave. And he offers handshakes to the other guys.
What are you doing getting him involved?
Relax now, relax. We let him pretend he's calling the shots.
Whenever I talk to guys about this film, this is the line that they quote.
I have a dick on my face, don't I?
That always makes me laugh. It's really interesting to me. In a behind-the-scenes featurette, David Krumholtz, who plays Michael, calls himself the mastermind behind the operation, which is really interesting to me because it's technically Cameron, and then beyond that, it's Bianca. So if Bianca hadn't manipulated Cameron, Cameron wouldn't have come up with the scheme, and they wouldn't have chosen Patrick and gotten Joey to back them for it. Cameron is the one who thinks of the scheme, picks out Patrick, and sets everything in motion. And then getting it so Joey is the one who approaches Patrick when they weren't succeeding is actually really smart. It's like forcing two different types of masculinity into each other.
Rip it. And rip it.
That was my nickname in high school. I'm just kidding. In a previous movie sleepover, we learned that when the camera comes closer to someone, that's called a push. But what is it called when it swings to the side like this? That's called a pan. And when it goes really fast, like in Edgar Wright films, it's called a whip pan. I think it's fun, even though it's just a teen movie. Younger did some really fun camera work with the film. It gives it a lot of like extra oomph and momentum. That's fun. So I told you previously how Larissa Olenek said they only found out they were going to Washington with 3 weeks of notice. So they had to prep the high school and put this pea on the field all with 3 weeks notice. I don't know about you guys, but that's really impressive to me. That's the nature of the industry. There's a lot of stress, but it's really rewarding.
Hey, how you doing?
So Joey approaches Patrick and tries to start up a conversation. Now, even though it was the 90s, smoking was generally limited to what were called smoking spots. So I think we see Patrick lighting up so much in the beginning of the film just to add an extra punch later when we get, so it's just a setup for the payoff later when Kat says that she would never date a guy who smokes. It just gives him a bit more to fight against. And we establish that it's part of his character.
I had some great duck last night.
Do I know you?
Calling back to the rumors we heard, and judging by Patrick's expression, they're not true.
You see that girl?
So Joey points out Kat and says this.
Yeah.
That's Kat Stratford. I want you to go out with her.
Can you imagine someone coming up to you someone coming up to you who you've never met before, coming up to you and offering you money to take out another person who you've also never met before?
Yeah, sure, Sparky.
Look.
I know it's just a teen movie and I'm probably gonna get at least one "it's not that deep" comment, but I really dislike Joey as a character. And to that effect, Andrew Keegan, who played him, and the 2 women who wrote him did an amazing job. He's a terrible person, but an amazing character. And from the original source material, he would most likely be Bianca's other 2 suitors, Hortensio and Gremio combined.
I can't take out her sister until Kat starts dating. You see, their dad's whacked out. He's got this rule where the girls are...
That's a touching story. It really is. Not my problem.
Joey tries to explain his dilemma. Patrick's not interested. But when Joey says he'll provide generous compensation...
You're gonna pay me to take out some chick.
I love Joey's little right there.
How much?
$20.
Perfect timing. Perhaps this won't be so easy after all. Patrick is absolutely smart enough to not take someone's first offer. So he starts telling him,
Well, let's think about this. We go to the movies, that's $15.
going to the movies for under $30 seems a little fantastical at this point.
We get popcorn, that's 53. And she'll want Raisinets, right? So we're looking at $75.
I love how expensive his jumps are, but to be fair, those prices aren't that far off anymore, but we'll get into that in a second.
This isn't a negotiation. Take it or leave it, Trailer Park.
$50 and we got a deal, Fabio.
Do you guys get the vibe that Patrick is insulted by the trailer park comment? I don't, but I also get the vibe. I like how they included the Fabio comment. Patrick tells Joey to his face how cheesy and self-involved he is. I also keep $50 bills in my workout clothes. You never know when you have to make a statement, and money talks, girl. I'm just kidding. So I went and looked this up because this sounded a little weird to me. And prices are almost 95% higher than they were in 1999. So how much would Joey be paying Patrick to take Kat out in 2026? Just under $100. But here's the cute part. Okay, so numerology brain is a tickin'. Okay, so Kat's jersey number is 12. You think 12 months in a year, 12 hands on a clock, so you think completion of a cycle. And then also 12th house astrology is like the subconscious and the mind and anything hidden. And then 12, 1 plus 2 equals 3. 3 is communication, but it's also siblings. And then 12 is a number for personal growth, but also creativity. So putting it all together, Kat goes on a complete subconscious journey through communication and her siblings for personal growth. Damn, I'm good. So look at this crane shot. This is so fun. We get this gorgeous crane shot. So we see Joey and Patrick finish their conversation. And then Patrick hands the cigarette to his friend, which is so funny to me because it means that the first time he ever spoke to this girl who would never date a guy who smokes, he had cigarette breath.
Hey there, girlie. How you doing?
Hey there, girlie? Ugh. Did you mean to immediately belittle her? Or was that just a happy accident? It's probably a nod to Petruchio talking that way to Kate in the original play. And it's most likely by Patrick sort of seeing if Kat will fit into the script or if she's not like other girls.
Sweating like a pig, actually, and yourself?
Now, there's a way to get a guy's attention, huh?
My mission in life.
But obviously I struck your fancy, so you see it worked. The world makes sense again.
So she defaults to sarcasm immediately all the time. See, Kat is just allergic to nonsense. But Kat didn't wake up one day and just decide to completely reject high school culture. She was burned by it. But we'll discuss that in another scene. I get the idea that Patrick learned how to pick up women from other men. What do you guys think?
Pick up on Friday, then. Well, if not, I'd take you places you've never been before.
Oh, dear.
Like where? The 7-Eleven on Broadway?
So Patrick has to match the original source material at least a little bit, and I think that's why there's so many awful pickup lines. Otherwise, it leads me to believe that perhaps Patrick isn't as experienced with girls as the other guys like to think. So guys at the sleepover, I'm really curious. If you were approached like Patrick and had to go ask Kat out, how would you do it? Toss your comments in the pillow pile. I'm so curious. A quick shout out to Mustafa for their comment on a past Movie Sleepover episode. And if you want to be featured in a future episode of Movie Sleepover, go ahead and toss your comments in the pillow pile.
Do you even know my name, Screwboy?
I know a lot more than you think.
Doubtful. Very doubtful.
She's basically saying if that were true, you'd know why this has zero appeal to me. Everything about his attempt, down to the language that he uses, is off from the very beginning if he's actually trying to woo this girl. And if he knew anything about her, he would know that. Before the casting of Heath Ledger, Josh Hartnett and Ashton Kutcher were both up for the role of Patrick. How different do you think the movie would be if they'd gotten the role? I do love Josh Hartnett in The Virgin Suicides. That's one of my favorite movies. Heath mentioned in an interview that he always wanted to play Hamlet, but he'd never play Hamlet before he was ready. And the other Shakespearean role that he was really drawn to was Petruchio. So, happy accident right there. So he'd done some film and TV work back home in Australia, but this was his first breakout role in America.
We are screwed. Hey, I don't want to hear that defeatist attitude. I want to hear you upbeat.
We're screwed.
There you go.
So David and Joseph Gordon-Levitt, who plays Cameron, got along super well while they were shooting this film. They had this really funny rapport with one another while they were filming. I love the use of deep focus, so we get this visual gag. Oh my gosh, it's another thing that was added to the film for more humor. This poor coach goes through it throughout the film. That poor coach. So usually you want to have the sun as your backlight rather than having it in your character's face like that, but sometimes you can't avoid it when you're shooting at certain times of the day. I love this scene. Look how it's framed all in mirrors. We cut to a scene between the sisters where the power imbalance is already straining everything because of the new rule that was created.
Have you ever considered a new look? I mean, seriously, you could have some definite potential buried under all this hostility.
I'm not hostile.
After she swatted her hand away. Bianca's a fun character because everybody would assume through costuming and framing that she's like every other popular girl from media. But shallow behavior doesn't always guarantee a shallow mind. Anyway, I feel like she says this to Kat trying to relate to her and lighten the mood at least a little bit, but she unfortunately only relates to Kat through her own interests, so it doesn't really land.
People wouldn't know what to think.
You forget, I don't care what people think.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. You don't always have to be who they want you to be, you know.
Which is interesting to me because it sounds generous on the surface until you remember that Kat isn't exactly free either. She's oppositional, which means that her character is still sort of dependent on external validation because she's constantly trying to be who they don't expect her to be. Kat is basically telling the world, I'm not playing your game. But there's a paradox in that because then she's still performing as the girl who rejects everything. We'll get into Kat's character a bit more later, but right here is interesting. So when she tells Bianca she doesn't have to perform, she's offering freedom, but she's also silently judging her choice. And whether or not we realize it, as an audience, we are too.
I happen to like being adored, thank you.
It would be really easy to label Bianca as just a shallow, spoiled brat, but she's actually smart in her own way because she has social intelligence, which is social cognition. We just don't necessarily deem that as important anymore because evolutionarily we don't need it as much as we used to. All that to say, both sisters are smart in their own way. One sees the system and rejects it, and the other sees it and works inside it.
Where'd you get the pearls?
My mom's.
And you've been what, hiding them for 3 years?
That's when Kat notices the pearls. When I first watched this movie, I thought the mother had died, and that's why this was such a big deal. But it turns out she just abandoned the family. But that's so much worse, because by wearing the pearls, Bianca is doing so much more than making a fashion statement. This actually really kind of reframed her character for me, if I'm being honest. She's basically saying, I care more about my image than any sentimentality that this object might have. So in a sense, by wearing the pearls, she's aligning herself with the woman who left, who was selfish enough to just abandon the family completely. What's interesting is there were some scenes with the mother originally in the script, but her character was retooled and she became Miss Perky.
No, Daddy found them in a drawer last week.
So you're just gonna start wearing them now?
It's not like she's coming back to claim them.
Bianca. But for me, okay, Bianca, so if your mother left, being adored feels like insurance. Because if you become lovable and chosen and adored, nobody's gonna leave you ever again. And then Kat's response is completely different. She opts out of desirability altogether. She's basically saying, you can't reject me if I don't offer myself in the first place. It's two sisters suffering from an abandonment wound and reacting in different ways. If we focus on the film through the male gaze, it's about boys conspiring to make the girls fall in love with them. But if we watch it for the women, we see that it's just two girls navigating the patriarchy without a feminine role model. The sisters are basically asking the question, when you're abandoned by the person who was supposed to love you the most in this world, do you respond by becoming irresistible or by becoming completely untouchable? They're fighting over who gets to define what it means to be a woman in the Stratford house, not just the pearls.
Besides, they look good on me.
Trust me, they don't.
Oh my gosh. On top of that, how is the scene filmed? Through mirrors. So we have them facing that theme of self-expectations versus others' expectations and identity. And so it's sort of, when you look in the mirror, when you look at your actions, do you like who you see? Another fascinating thing about Bianca is how open she is about what she wants. Like, as a society, we usually punish girls for having that open desirability versus punishing boys for being entitled. So even though it's super gross of the boys to bet and scheme about the girls, we almost look at Bianca as equally guilty because she was using her femininity to manipulate it all into taking place. We look at her as shallow and boy crazy. And I think as a society, a little bit, how you feel about Bianca is how you feel about visible femininity, in a way. Like, upon first watch, I don't know about you, but I basically took it as Kat equals depth and Bianca is surface. And I think a lot of people who felt alienated in high school identify with Kat. So in that way, defending Kat feels like defending yourself. Whereas defending Bianca requires a level of compassion for a person that we were often taught to compete with growing up. Patrick's waiting for
Nice
her.
ride. Vintage fenders.
Are you following me?
I was in the laundromat. I saw your car. Came over to say hi.
Hi.
Patrick acting so ridiculous is probably a tie-in with the original source material, where Petruchio dresses crazily, he's loud and abrasive in attempts to woo Kate. Patrick's early sexual remarks are shallow because he's shallow at this phase. He's being paid to take her out, so this is all transactional to him still.
Not a big talker, huh?
Depends on the topic. My fenders don't really whip me into a verbal frenzy.
I mean, that's a fair point. So every time Patrick tries to hit on Kat, she sidesteps it with sarcasm.
You're not afraid of me, are you?
Afraid of you? Why would I be afraid of you?
That's a beautiful
Most
shot.
people are.
Well, I'm not.
See, Patrick's flirtations keep trying to frame Kat as a girl who can be flustered, whereas Kat frames herself as somebody who could intellectually dismantle you piece by piece. This is a cute show of their dynamic. It shows that neither of them fears the other in any kind of way. But I find it interesting for a school as reputationally aware as Padua that neither of them had heard of the other. There's actually a deleted scene where Miss Perky, the guidance counselor, is horrified to learn that Patrick and Kat know each other, and she says that if they ever have children, true evil would walk the earth. That's encouraging.
Well, maybe you're not afraid of me, but I'm sure you've thought about me naked, huh?
Everything Patrick does in the beginning makes me think he learned how to pick up women from other guys. It's all overly sexual and not at all attuned to who she is as a person. Personally, if I were a man and I wanted to learn how to pick up women, I would ask women. But there are a bunch of bullshit phrases that misogynists use, like a hunter would never ask a deer how to hunt or something like that. Like, go ahead and tell me you're a predator without telling me. Ugh. I mean, in the end, the only one missing out is them, so. There's zero emotional investment, so he attempts what he thinks would work on the average girl at Padua, and Kat's refusal forces him to evolve. I'll put it to you this way. If she had giggled, the movie would be over.
Am I that transparent? I want you. I need you.
Oh baby, oh baby. I love that line, oh baby, oh baby. It makes me think of Rocco's Modern Life. That's interesting. He gives a, like, I tried. So something I find interesting is when Patrick walks away right here, he gives sort of a I tried gesture, and then Joey rolls up in his car and blocks her way. I didn't initially put it together that they were working together to try and force Kat into proximity with him.
Ugh, what is it, asshole day? Do you mind?
Not at all.
He left it running. Another stupid plan, because what does Kat do? That moment is about so much more than just Joey.
You bitch!
She rams Joey's shiny, expensive car, which to Patrick is hilarious. He just stands there laughing. To Joey, not so much. It's easy to see this moment as just like sticking it to Joey, but I think it's so much more than that. It's about everything. I mean, Joey being awful, high school BS, her dad being controlling, being constantly judged, her sister constantly wanting to hang around the same guy who coerced and harassed her, and then her mom just piecing out. I'd be really annoyed too. I vote every woman should get the right to just ram into a jerk's car every month. I'm kidding. It should be every week. I'm kidding! It should be men too. Trivia time! Which cast member later won an Academy Award for acting? Was it A, Julia Stiles, B, Heath Ledger, C, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, or D, David Krumholtz? The answer was B, Heath Ledger won it for The Dark Knight. He's described by all the casting crew as being just a genuine light in this world and really authentic. So I'd just like to take a moment to send him some peace, comfort, and love. Okay. Whoops.
Whoops!
So this came out in 1999, and the two writers who wrote it, Karen and Kirsten, were actually inspired to write it by Clueless, which came out in 1995. Clueless and 10 Things sort of set the standard for taking source material from sort of classic literature and turning it into teen comedies.
My insurance does not cover PMS.
Once again, feminine rage is being minimized to hormones. I've started calmly replying to men, "Why are you being so emotional?" Or, "Why are you being hysterical?" You should see their faces.
Is this about Sarah Lawrence? Are you punishing me because I want you to stay close to home?
Wow. There's so much going on underneath every single line in this movie. I think it's interesting that he immediately thinks that the car wreck was punishment for not letting her go to Sarah Lawrence. Like she's that vindictive that she would just ram her car just because of that.
Aren't you punishing me because Mom left?
You think you could leave her out of this?
So he asks for them to leave the mother out of this, but that's avoidance in my opinion. Because that betrayal and abandonment is the entire derivation of his behavior. He's hyper-controlling and gripping tighter because Kat is 18 now. And at 18, it's developmentally normal for you to detach and begin to find out your own identity. But for a man who's already lost somebody, that detachment can feel like another betrayal. Walter thinks safety equals love. Kat thinks trust equals love.
Fine, then stop making my decisions for me.
I'm your father, that's my right.
No.
So what I want doesn't matter.
Okay, words cannot express how badly I want to jump onto that couch behind them. That looks so comfortable, you guys. Oh my gosh.
You're 18, you don't know what you want.
That's not fair.
And you won't know what you want till you're 45, and even if you get it, you'll be too old to use it.
That's projection. We have a father who Larry Miller is playing him so well. There's so many dynamics to this scene. And then another added one is that you think Kat's trying to go away to the East Coast, get away from this town, from her reputation, everything that's bothering her, her past, and her family. Whereas her father wants to keep her close and keep her safe. And then Bianca just wants to make her own choices. So here we once again get to hear the motivations. He's hyper-controlling because he doesn't want anything to happen to or to lose the two people he has left.
I want to go to an East Coast school. I want you to trust me to make my own choices, and I want you to stop trying to control my life just because you can't control yours.
Well, there it is. Notice what she's asking for, though? Like, her behavior keeps being framed as angry feminist teen, but overall, she's asking for autonomy, trust, and agency. I think her requests are pretty grounded, all things considered.
Oh yeah, well you know what I want.
Good timing. But this is also a good scene for us because before we can see how love is going to destabilize her worldview, we see what she's pushing against at home.
Did you just maim Joey's car?
Bianca is furious, once again thinking that she lost points with her crush. She finds Kat so embarrassing.
Yeah, looks like you're gonna have to take the bus.
Has the fact that you're completely psycho managed to escape your attention? Daddy!
Oh my gosh. What is your dad gonna do about it, Bianca? She's painted once again as a brat, shouting for their dad to fix it somehow while he's working on the phone in the background. I think let's remember Movie Sleepover rule number 1 for Bianca and all the other characters. Empathy before judgment. Bianca's not a bad person, she's just a teenager with a very narrow emotional lens. She understands how people see her, but she doesn't yet understand how her actions impact them. And that's going to be her arc for the film. Bianca is such an interesting character to me because she's the younger daughter. And speaking as a younger sibling myself, I've noticed that younger siblings have a tendency to look at the family dynamic and figure out what's missing and then sort of become that. For Bianca, she saw that Kat had already claimed the rebel role. So she assumed the role of the compliant daughter. On top of that, her feelings for Joey are mostly about social leverage and less about actual romantic attraction. She sees Joey as a way to get to where she wants to be socially. Trivia time! Larissa Oleynik, Bianca, was already famous for starring in what Nickelodeon TV show? A. Clarissa Explains It All. B. The Secret World of Alex Mack. C. All That. Or D. Kenan and Kel. The answer was B, The Secret World of Alex Mack. So both she and Joseph Gordon-Levitt were coming off of sitcom runs. On top of that, she had actually guest starred on Third Rock from the Sun, and her character was involved with Joe's. So they'd already had a bit of chemistry there, even though I read reports that they didn't originally like each other. I don't know how true that is, because they ended up dating later, but anyway.
When I shell out 50, I expect results.
Yeah, I'm on it.
So far, this guy has shelled out $50 plus gotten his car wrecked. So that's what, hundreds of dollars in repairs?
Watching that bitch violate my car doesn't count as a date.
Okay, he does have a toothpick. For some reason, I just always picture him as having a toothpick in his mouth throughout this entire film.
If you don't get any, I don't get any. So get some.
Joey basically tells Patrick to up his game, to which Patrick ups his price.
What?
$100 a date. In advance.
Once again, thanks to inflation, everything is practically doubled, folks. So that's almost $200 a date that he's asking for. And Joey apparently is desperate and stupid enough to oblige.
Forget it.
Well, forget her sister then.
Look at Patrick's grin. He's basically showing Joey he has all the power in this dynamic.
You better hope you're as smooth as you think you are, Verona.
Do you think Patrick would have been able to eventually woo Kat without Cameron and Michael's help? I don't. I wonder what he would have done had these guys not approached him.
Oh, you go. I went before.
Because he was not exactly having very much success before. He's working with fire? Oh my gosh, you guys. Cameron and Michael approach Patrick again. And if you pay attention, you'll see that he's actually making stained glass, which goes with what we talked about earlier. But right now he's working with fire, which is like controlled danger. This is so smart, you guys. It gets me going. It's his character in a nutshell. Throughout the film, they show that Patrick is somebody who handles danger casually. And so he's able to handle Kat.
What you're trying to do with Kat Stratford?
Is that right? And what do you plan to do about it?
Help you out.
Right here, where he's like, what are you gonna do about it? Like, Patrick's used to people approaching him like he's a villain. But we learned that most of the rumors are just that, rumors.
The situation is, my man Cameron here has a Major Jones for Bianca Stratford.
What is it with this chick? She have beer-flavored nipples?
Hey!
Patrick actually begins the film a little misogynistic, more than a little. Because he grows and changes later, the film rewards him. If he hadn't changed, this would have felt gross, but because we see how human and attuned he is later, these read as jokes.
Cameron's love is pure. Purer than, say, Joey Donner's.
Look, I'm in on this for the cash. Donna can plow wherever he wants.
Okay, there will be no
Wow.
plowing.
We see just how uninvested Patrick is at this point, though. He's not seeing Kat as a person at this point.
So you two are gonna help me tame the wild beast?
Absolutely. We're your guys.
And he means that in a strictly non-prison movie type of way.
Nobody was implying that, Cameron. Michael lets him know that they'll do some recon and dig up some information so he has more material to work with when wooing the shrew. I love how lightly amused Heath plays this moment, how he sort of slowly smiles after Cameron says that. See, Patrick hides behind mystery and charm the same way that Kat hides behind contempt. They're both trying to control how they're viewed. They're both deviants, and the movie sells that deviance as sexy because teen movies as a genre romanticize resistance overall. And 1999 was the beginning of that, and when that was sort of ramping up. I think that's why so many women relate to Kat overall, but we'll get into more of that later. Michael shows him a flyer for Bogey Lorenstein's party and says it's the perfect opportunity for him to take out Kat.
And for a little payback.
Oh dear.
This is gonna be some
Look at that. Okay, I know it's meant to be read upside down and horizontal, but I like to think it says future MBAs only. Wine and cheese party. So we see that they switched up the flyer, and instead of RSVP, it now says don't call, just show up, and free beer. Nowadays, this would be a Snapchat or something. This is such a fun sequence, and I love the music that they chose.
Let's do this.
And then the camera work. The only thing that could have made this better is if the final flyer landed directly on the lens, but that wouldn't have been possible without a bunch of either pre-planning or post-work. But overall, just a stunning sequence for the film. But just the hands reaching out and grasping at the flyers, it's such a fun shot. I'm just shocked though that Bogey or one of the friends didn't see the flyer before the party.
Okay, now this is really important, okay? Which one do you like better?
Cut to Joey Donner showing us what makes him such an amazing character. It's such an underrated joke, and I love Bianca's face right there.
I think I like the white shirt better.
Yeah, it's more...
Pensive?
Damn, I was going for thoughtful.
Personally, if a guy uses the wrong "your," I get the ick, so I probably would not have been able to stop myself from being like, they're the same thing, dude. So Karen and Kiwi, the writers, they stole these 2 photographs of Joey modeling. They actually had Andrew sign them for them as keepsakes, and that's what they took for the film. She lets him know it's a maybe as to whether she can go to the Bogey Lorenstein party, and he says,
Good, because you know, I'm not gonna bother if you won't be there.
see, she feels special. Joey is the human embodiment of the guy who thinks protein powder is a personality. This guy has the confidence of someone who's never been forced to self-reflect a day in their life. I personally think that self-awareness is attractive, and I think it's healthy for us as humans every now and then to be like, am I being a villain right now? Am I acting as my best self? And to be honest with those answers. I don't take it that Joey would do that. See, okay, Joey is the kind of guy who thinks that confidence means never questioning yourself. And ironically, that makes him the easiest character to manipulate. As per usual, playing the villain, we have somebody who cast and crew described as a pretty sweet human being, Andrew Keegan. At this point in his career, much like his co-stars Larissa and Joe, he was bringing sitcom experience, as well as his general charisma. Look at that. This man would demand royalties from the Mirror if he could. I personally don't think Bianca wants Joey. I think she wants the status upgrade that comes with being with Joey. She wants the feeling of security and power that dating an older, popular guy would give her. Popularity in high school kind of works like the stock market. Stay with me. People will invest attention where they think value already lies. So, and you see this in the real world too. That's why when you start posting on social media and putting yourself out there, usually people who know you won't like your posts right away until they see other people liking your posts, and then all of a sudden they always liked your post, right? It's just a human behavior. People don't feel confident enough to openly support someone until they see other people doing it first. Here's how I see it. In high school, everybody is trying to control how they're seen. Some people do it by trying to be popular, and then some people do it by pretending that being popular doesn't matter. But both of those are still performances. The entire plot only works because reputation controls everybody's behavior so much. Question for the sleepover. Why do you think we idolize the defiant sister and overlook the socially adept one?
You heard about Bogey Lowenstein's party?
We transition to a scene with Cameron and Bianca, and I want you to pay attention to their body language. He asks if she's going to the party Friday night.
And I really, really, really want to go, but you know I can't. Not unless my sister does.
Yeah, I know.
They were holding hands for a minute. How cute. See, it's interesting. This seems to sort of be a date.
Working on that, but so far she's not going for my guy. She's not a
Katie Lang fan?
Cameron asks in probably the most roundabout way possible whether Kat is actually even attracted to men in the first place, to which Bianca says this.
I found a picture of Jared Leto in a drawer once, so I'm pretty sure she's not harboring same-sex tendencies.
Showing the times, because nowadays Jared Leto is anything but desirable. He's everything Kat would hate. This rather menacing-looking statue is called the Fremont Troll, or the Troll Under the Bridge. It was inspired by a children's tale, The Three Billy Goats Gruff, and it was the winner of a local contest in an effort to clean up the area. It was made by 4 local artists, and it definitely makes the whole scene feel like a love letter to Seattle, which is something I miss about 90s romantic comedies for sure.
Okay, so that's the kind of guy she likes, like pretty guys.
I don't know. All I've ever heard her say is that she'd die before dating a guy that smokes.
So that's gonna come up for later. That's a setup. So thanks to Patrick lighting up a few times before, we, the audience, understand the tension there immediately.
Asking me to investigate the inner workings of my sister's twisted mind? I don't think so.
I know Younger wanted to avoid comparisons to Clueless, but the way that Larissa says that line right there sounds a little bit like as if to me.
Well, nothing else has worked. I mean,
So Cameron suggests they need to go behind enemy lines.
Okay, here we go. Class schedule, reading list, date book, concert tickets.
I love this. Apparently they just happened to pick the one day that Kat and their controlling dad are out of the house. What do you think he would do? Oh my God. What do you think would happen if he got home and Cameron and Bianca were home alone? This is risky.
Aha! Black panties.
what does that tell us?
She wants to have sex someday, that's what.
You don't buy black lingerie unless you want someone to see it.
So I saw this movie for the first time in middle school, and when she says you don't buy black underwear unless you want someone to see it, I remember being so nervous because I like black underwear personally, and so I was scared in middle school that my parents were gonna see it and like get the wrong idea.
So, can I see your room?
No.
Cameron takes that opportunity to suggest they go look at Bianca's room, to which she says,
A girl's room is very personal.
duh. Not seeing any irony there, B? None at all? That line tells us something pretty important about Bianca, like developmentally. She's immature right now. She thinks of herself as someone who deserves boundaries, but she doesn't extend that same grace to her sister. Look at his face. It's almost like he's like, that was weird. In an interview with the writers, Karen said that Kirsten agonized for weeks over what posters and what CDs Kat would have in her bedroom, and which bands were too mainstream versus which ones were okay. And we also see she has an easel in her room showing how creative she is. You know what's funny is that Larissa Olenek, who plays Bianca, actually wanted to play Kat, and her real life personality is actually closer to Kat than it was to Bianca at the time. And then they show up on his scooter and embarrass themselves in the bar. But we go to see Patrick, and they're trying to act super casual and watch Michael.
Wow. Is this what a bar looks like?
Don't touch anything. You may get hepatitis.
Tells him not to touch anything. 2 seconds later, does this. They're trying to act nonchalant. He's trying to act like he belongs, which we talked about in our Crazy Stupid Love episode. I am shocked he does not get his ass beat right here, especially given it was the 8-ball, and then the fact that the guy takes the money, like that actually counts. The fact he didn't get his ass beat right there is crazy.
What do you got for me?
A little insight.
So they got a list of bands that Kat likes, and some details about her. Patrick is 18, presumably, so I'm guessing he has a fake ID? We'll come back to that later, but it leads Michael to ask an important question.
Just one question before we start. Should you be drinking alcohol when you don't have a liver?
What?
Nothing.
So they tell Patrick about the smoking issue.
And here's another problem. Bianca said that Kat likes pretty guys.
This moment is just comedy gold, especially because they said it to Heath Ledger, of all people, who is just a beautiful man.
Are you telling me I'm not a pretty guy?
He's very pretty.
Yeah,
He's a gorgeous guy.
I just wasn't sure.
I just wasn't sure. I wasn't sure, I didn't know. He's basically telling him, you might want to clean up a little, and Patrick's like, F that.
So list of CDs that she has in her room.
So I'm supposed to buy her some noodles and a book and sit around listening to chicks who can't play their instruments, right?
Ugh, that's frustrating. Watching this back and having the idea that Patrick isn't that bad, I don't know, he says some stuff I wouldn't date him for. But to be fair, we are adapting a classic play that's all about the patriarchy in practice, so we have to have a bit of grace for these moments. The Taming of the Shrew was a bit more misogynistic, with many scenes of Petruchio basically torturing and humiliating her into trying to make her subservient in an act to prove that any woman could be put in her place. So all the scenes where he's embarrassing her makes me think that they're refitting that to be less toxic.
Have you ever been to Club Skunk?
Your favorite band's playing there tomorrow night.
I can't be seeing a Club Skunk, all right?
But she'll be there. She's got tickets.
Listen, a sale to your ears for one night.
I find this fascinating. So Patrick says he can't be seen at Club Skunk, which means for all his mystery and bravado, he does give a damn about what people think about him, or at least how he's perceived. He's not convinced it's worth it to even go, but then Cameron drops this.
She has a pair of black underwear. If that helps.
Couldn't hurt, right?
I love that Michael is always assuming closeness with people. It adds a layer of comedy to what would otherwise be dialogue-heavy scenes. Okay, pillow pile pause regarding our boy Cameron. I was so tempted to classify him as just a typical performative nice guy, but I think I've landed on a kinder interpretation for Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character. Cameron thinks of love like a math equation. Shout out to the equation. But anyway, if I do A plus B plus C, I get Bianca. So if I try hard enough, solve all the obstacles, and prove I'm good enough, I get the girl. Robbie from our Crazy Stupid Love episode would agree. The movie logic holds up, but real life doesn't work that way. Wow. Is he wearing leather pants or are my eyes deceiving me? That's funny because when I was doing research into the 90s club scene, I saw a lot of people wearing leather pants. Ooh, what a fun sort of POV shot. So we enter the scene through this really fun tracking shot. And I don't know how much of this music I'm gonna have to edit out for copyright, but the music is really fun and upbeat. So Rolf Saul was the executive music producer / music supervisor on the film, and I think he did an amazing job incorporating some lesser known bands into what could have been an otherwise average soundtrack. He said he was excited to work on the film because of how many songs play throughout because of it being a teen movie, and then on top of that there were live performances too, which means that music plays a large role in the film, which makes his job more fun. What a fun shot. So we see the crowd is mostly women. He finds Kat eventually in the crowd and we see her completely in her element. So Patrick spots Kat in the crowd where she's just dancing to music. She's alive and free and in her element. And he just pauses and watches her. It's so cute. I love it. I just adore how he sort of softens. This is the first time he sees who she is when she's not defending herself. And let's just take a second to realize what this moment even means. The fact that he's watching her and getting that like soft smile and curious eyes. Patrick is becoming curious about who Kat is as a person, not just about the challenge anymore. I like to call moments like these the empathy pivot. Have you ever suddenly seen a completely different side of someone the way Patrick sees Kat right now? So here he's gonna be setting up an accidental bump-in. Okay, so the bartender knew him? Something I found interesting though, the bartender knows Patrick by name, and not an alias, his full name, like Patrick Verona. So that calls into question his fake ID from before. And also, does he come here often? Or does he just know everybody? I have so many questions. She could have just left.
If you're planning on asking me out again, you might as well just get it over with.
Would you mind? You're kind of ruining this for me.
We see that it's mostly women in the crowd, which makes me wonder, did misogynistic Petruchio sneak in and Patrick didn't want to be seen at a club mostly for women?
You're not surrounded by your usual cloud of smoke.
I know, I quit. Apparently they're bad for you.
You think?
So our first blatant lie to her face and a setup for later. He quit smoking. She takes it with her usual sarcasm.
You know, these guys are no bikini kill or the raincoats. They're not bad.
Oh, let me just casually drop two of your favorite bands. He destabilizes her first by pretending he's not here for her, but to actually see the music. And then thanks to the list that Cameron gave him, he just so happens to name drop a few of her favorite bands in conversation. At this point, though, Kat has no reason to suspect the truth. So it's a little suspicious, but we'll move past it.
You know who the raincoats are.
Why, don't you?
Look at his grin. I love his little grin here. It's charming, but it also kind of feels like Duper's delight, no? I don't know. And then you can see Kat's opinion of him reforming in real time. Have you ever misjudged someone the way that Kat initially misjudges Patrick? So what's happening here is, in reality, Heath Ledger and Julia Stiles are shouting their lines at each other, and there's no music being played. So you just hear everybody's shuffled footsteps as they dance in silence, along with yelling of the lines. And the band's pretending to play, unless of course it's a shot of them playing, in which case they'll probably be miming or actually playing along. And then in post-production, the music is added along with crowd noises and any ambient sounds as well. And lastly, room tone, which we'll talk about sometime else.
I was watching you out there before. I've never seen you look so sexy.
See, that moment is so fun because he's humanized himself unintentionally in front of her. Embarrassment is the great equalizer. On top of that, I think the reason that she doesn't reject the compliment is because it wasn't about her body, it was about her energy. He's saying, I saw you out there and you looked free and alive and in your element. And that's what I was paying attention to. That's attractive. What's something that someone could notice about you that would make you soften towards them? It's the first time they're on the same side of a moment together. Before this, they were always oppositional, but now they're sort of laughing together.
Come to Bogey's party with me.
You never give up, do you?
Was that a yes?
No.
That's a fun choice of song.
Then was that a no?
No!
He asks her out again to Bogey's party, which we, the audience, understand is just so that Joey can take out Bianca. But it sounds like somebody trying to understand her, which is a big jump from the previous power struggles that were his past attempts at flirting. You guys get that vibe too, right? How Kat says she hates everything, but really I think she just hates being disappointed. The last guy she trusted threw her away like she was trash. Here's a guy who seems like he might be able to handle her, and she doesn't want to get her hopes up. Also, real quick, the sound choice, Happy Together, which, if I'm right, this is a cover of Happy Together, which the first lyrics of that are imagine me and you, I do, which that's basically what Patrick is doing right now.
I'll see you at 9:30 then.
Anyways, before this, Patrick is pursuing Kat as a challenge. After this, he pursues Kat because he likes her as a person and he's interested. Cut to an amazing scene where Bianca and Chastity try to sneak past Mr. Stratford in the house. Okay, you could have turned and gone the other direction, like...
Should have used the window.
For real. I agree. He clearly saw them out of his peripheral vision. Like, damn, girls, step your game up. I don't know. Did you guys ever sneak out of your house when you were a teenager? I did, like, a few times, but very rarely.
Hi, Daddy.
Hi. Where are we going?
Bianca tries to lie and say that it's just going to be a study group with some friends.
Mr. Stratford is just a party.
And hell is just a sauna. You know anything about a party?
Another villain played by an absolutely incredible person, Gabrielle Union, plays Chastity. She was 26 when this was filmed, believe it or not, but you'd never know. She fits right in. Also interesting to note, Gabrielle Union is the only main character of color, and she plays an antagonist. That kind of casting wasn't unusual for teen movies around this time, and Union has been pretty vocal about being typecast as catty characters in the past. including her work on Bring It On, She's All That, and other films. A lot of teen movies in the 90s had very little diversity, so the roles that were available for people of color were pretty narrow.
People expect me to be there.
Kat's not going, you're not going.
Why can't you be normal? Define normal. Bogey Lowenstein's party is normal.
Kat says the party is just an excuse for their peers to drink beer and
rub up against each other in hopes of distracting themselves from the pathetic emptiness of their meaningless consumer-driven lives.
They literally finish her sentence for her. And okay, so Kat represents an entire generation of teenagers that grew up with all this rhetoric surrounding nonconformity, critiques of capitalism. But the irony here is how Chastity and Bianca basically finish her sentence, meaning they know her speeches. They've heard them 1,000 times. And that's kind of interesting. It's telling us that Kat's rebellion is predictable. And to me, that consistency is a clue because real people have more variation than that. So that tells us that Kat's rebellion is a lot of the times just as much a performance as Bianca flipping her hair.
Can you, for just one night, forget that you're completely wretched and be my sister? Please? Come on, Kat, please do this for me.
Bianca takes Kat aside and just levels with her. And for a moment, it's just the two of them, and Kat can see her sweet baby sister, who she promised to always protect and love, staring back at her. And she says,
"Fine, I'll make an appearance."
So to me, Kat's eventual fine is less about the party, more about their sisterhood.
It's starting.
It's just a party, Daddy.
I want you to wear the belly.
Daddy, no.
So you see what's happening? Walter feels his authority slipping, so he tightens his grip and he's reaching for another tool, the pregnancy belly. He makes her put on the belly. You guys, this is crazy. I love how Chastity gasps. Like, this has obviously happened before, and I both love and hate that.
Not all night. Just around the living room for a minute so you can understand the full weight of your decisions.
Imagine if he made her wear it to the party. Did your parents ever make you do weird things like this to keep you in check? I wonder, do you think Kat has had to wear the belly before?
Every time you even think about kissing a boy, I want you to picture wearing this under your halter top.
Do you hear how catastrophic this dude's thinking is? It's like kiss to sex to pregnancy to life-altering consequences. This is somebody who sees the worst case scenario every day at work, and he's trying to use it as fear to keep her safe.
No drugs, no kissing, no tattoos, no piercings, no ritual animal slaughters of any kind. Oh God, I'm giving them ideas.
I absolutely adore this line of Walter's. And the, oh God, I'm giving them ideas. It's so funny. Kat opens the door to reveal Patrick, who assumed he was picking her up for the party.
What are you doing here?
9:30, right? No, I'm early.
I like that he assumed that they were gonna go. But I also like that he's early. Something I want to call your attention to, look how the first time she sees him when she opens the door, her first reaction is to smile. He's beginning to get to her. And she says she's driving. So we notice that later when he's driving them home, he's driving her car. And then we have this hilarious moment.
Who knocked up your sister?
I love that Kat was dressed just to hang out at home. No makeup, nothing. And then Bianca is all made up, fancy to go to the party, asks Kat to go genuinely. And then Kat, all she does is throw on a jacket and leave. She doesn't do anything. That shows, like, she is so completely out of the system that she has zero to give when it comes to putting on makeup or even looking nice to go out to this party. Act 2, choices.
That I was right, that she didn't wear the Kenneth Coles with that dress because she thought that, you know, it was a mixing genres, right?
So Cameron is basically just boring the hell out of Michael, telling him that he noticed Bianca's fashion choices and she appreciated it.
And the fact that I noticed, and this is a direct quote, listen, really meant something.
You told me that part already.
This feels oddly like that moment from Mean Girls where Katie is like talking about Regina so much and then hoping that someone else brings her up so she can talk about her more, which makes the case that Mean Girls is a bit more sapphic than it presents on first viewing.
Well, I've been thinking about her
Stop
all the
being
time.
so self-involved for 1 minute. How do I look?
You look good,
You look
Michael.
like my great uncle Milton.
In a moment of honesty, Michael tells Cameron that he's being really self-involved, but then we see how socially conscious Michael is.
I'm just so nervous. And I'm also very excited. I'm nervous, I'm excited. It's all very mixed up. I don't know. I don't know what
I think guys can't go wrong with a nice Henley or a button-down shirt with like a really nice t-shirt underneath. That always looks nice. So I looked at our boy Michael's dresser, and I loved the huge box of condoms just front and center. He either has very understanding parents, no shame, or much bigger problems. My favorite detail though is there's a sign that says complaint department, take a number, and then the number thing is actually a grenade. So if you were to pull it, you'd pull the pin on the grenade. So in one set decoration, we're being told how Michael handles criticism, which aligns so well with the whole revenge party plot. And you barely even see it. Oh, he's so nervous. That's a fun transition shot. I love how much fun Younger and the whole cinematography team had when shooting this production. It seems like they got some really fun shots. I love how synchronously they all show up. Like, it's 99, so you just know at some point somebody called someone else on the house phone and was like, yeah, we're gonna roll up like a block away and then slowly walk there like a mob. I'm just kidding. Community is very important to Padua students, okay? Act 2, choices. Before we begin, I would love to invite you to Movie Sleepover Live. My channel isn't meant to be just a series of videos. It's meant to be an event that happens on or around the 30th every month. Come and talk, hang out, or just lurk while you fold laundry. Everybody is welcome. And I would love for you to be there. Right now, Movie Sleepover Live is super low-key, so think of it as Bogey hosting the future MBAs in his parlor right now. It's pretty minimal. There's like a few people. But that doesn't make it any less special.
Now remember, guys, don't touch anything. Oh.
I get like Emily and Richard Gilmore vibes from this house.
Nigel with the brie.
Nigel with the brie. Look, there's Nigel with the brie. He has a cheese tray and he's trying to outrun the stampede of students. So as you can see, he's hosting the future MBAs in the parlor. I always feel so bad for the poor sucker that gets roped into having the party in the high school movies. It breaks my heart for them. Like, knowing that they're gonna have to face the consequences of something that most of them don't even intend or make happen. Like, all Bogey did was a hostile takeover. So the party gets underway. Somebody brought a sound system. Somebody brought a DJ? Okay, wow.
You know, I'm thinking of getting a Tercel. Yeah, that's a Toyota.
Michael starts making small talk, and he's sure to mention...
It has dual-side airbags and a spacious back seat.
Oh, it's got a spacious back seat, guys. You just know his second question after how fast does it go is, can I make out in it?
Kiss me.
Kiss him.
Okay.
Good.
So this is a setup for later. Okay, I know we're meant to be paying attention to the drunk girl and Patrick's interaction, but my eyes keep focusing on the extra in the background who fakes taking a sip and then starts drawing on this girl's arm. And then I watch the guys behind the kissing couple look disgusted by it.
Hey, thanks, man.
I always love paying attention to the extras in scenes like this because it's so fun to see what they decide to do after so many takes of like reacting, you know? Oh gosh, here we go.
Looking fresh tonight, pussycat.
Ew. Kat eventually catches Joey's attention, unfortunately.
Wait, did your hairline just recede?
I love how she knows his weakness is his ego and his appearance, and he like instinctively reaches up like, what?
Hey, where are you going?
Away?
Okay, If you have to physically block somebody to keep them talking to you, you're probably not being the best version of yourself right now, dude. I mean, just look at how they're framed. He asks if Bianca is there, because if Kat's there, what does that mean? But she says to stay away from her sister.
I'll stay away from your sister, but I can't guarantee she'll stay away from me.
Ew. He's loving every minute of having the power in this dynamic. He knows that he's right, and there's nothing she can do about it. Then this happens. I love this, how he was like menacing and intimidating and gross, and then all of a sudden he practically devolved into a little boy. It's great acting on Keegan's part, in my opinion. It's so funny. Guys knocking girls out of the way to watch other guys wrestle. Moving on. Oh my gosh. Poor Bogey is scrambling over himself trying to protect the valuables in the house when this happens.
You guys, please, take it outside! Thank you!
Was this extra dressed like this? Because from my experience, they usually tell extras to avoid wearing brands. And so I'm really interested to know, was this intentional product placement or was this an accident? Or did he just show up that way? If anybody was involved in the costuming department and you want to drop some insights, I would love to know.
Hey, Kat, look who found me.
Bianca, wait.
Please do not address me in public.
She's wearing the pearls.
No, there's something I need to tell you.
Look, I am busy enjoying my adolescence, so scamper off and do the same.
After seeing Bianca and Joey together, I think it's pretty obvious that Kat was about to tell Bianca about her past with Joey, that she and the audience finds out later. Okay, Bianca went to the party and wanted to go to the party for the sole purpose of seeing Joey. So doesn't it seem like it would have been better for Kat to give this exposition to her earlier? But alas, we need more conflict, so. But yet another example of why it's so good if you think that some information you have would help somebody else's life be better, just tell them. Like, what's the worst that could, I always think like, what's the best that could happen? You know? I don't know. Look at the framing again. Joey is literally coming between the two sisters, between their relationship. And Bianca leaves Kat to wallow in the knowledge that if she had been honest with her sister before this, she could have prevented all of it. So this is when Kat starts turning to drinking.
Want one? What is this? Right on, sister.
Okay, you go to a high school party and you decide that your job for the night is gonna be being a waiter? I don't know, dude. Why is this guy passing out drinks?
I'm getting trashed, man. Isn't that what you're supposed to do at a party?
I don't know. I say do what you want to do.
Funny. You're the only one. Later.
This basically sums Patrick up. Do what you want to do. That's why he's so perfect for Kat. She's completely disillusioned by performative romance. Meanwhile, he's a guy who's given up performing and is just existing. That's new to her. Sometimes the most fascinating, most thrilling thing you can be is authentic. After that, she picks up another drink and leaves him standing there watching her leave.
Lord of the dance. Hi, Heather.
Bite me.
So in the party scene, Michael's line, Lord of the Dance, was actually said by an extra during rehearsals. When Picture was up, David Krumholtz incorporated it into the film, and it seemed to be well received, so it was kept. What's the fastest someone ever killed their chances with you? Like within the first 10 seconds. I voted MAGA. That would be my deal breaker. Sorry. No thank you. Or just not having any emotional intelligence, really.
Should have kept the tie.
Hey, have you seen her around anywhere?
Relax, relax.
Okay. This exchange makes me laugh because he thinks it was the tie that ruined that interaction and not him doing a jig at a house party playing R&B.
Follow the love.
The camera work in this film is so fun. Cameron finally gets a moment with Bianca, who looks about as pleased to see him as a kid who opened up their Christmas present and found socks.
Oh, hi, Cameron.
Bianca basically uses Chastity as a human shield. And we see as an audience that this whole time Bianca's been manipulating Cameron just to get to Joey.
I think we have art together, right?
Neat.
Chastity doesn't even bother with niceties.
So, you really look amazing.
Thanks.
He gives her probably the most sincere compliment I've heard in quite a while, and Chastity is just not having it. Love the eye roll from her. Bianca seems to take it in stride, though.
And we all know I look amazing.
Chastity, you thirsty bitch. Chastity, girl, you are thirsty. Look at her say yes to herself. Michael's watching from the background as Joey swoops in and charms the girls away, leaving Cameron standing there, realizing just how little control he has in this dynamic. The girl of his dreams isn't so taken with him after all, and the guy he manipulated into bankrolling the scheme is, as of right now, reaping all of the benefits.
I'll see you around, okay?
Did you see the look Chastity gives him? Like, poor Cameron. He was so excited earlier and now he's so disappointed. Something super fun about this film was how well the cast and crew got along while they were filming. They hung out as a group all the time, tried basically every restaurant in the Tacoma area, and eventually caused so much ruckus that the hotel had to put them all on one floor. I read that it was Heath's room that was headquarters. He basically took it upon himself to be the leader and established the vibe for everybody. He genuinely seemed like a great guy.
So I've got the Sears catalog thing going, and
This is when we see Bianca realizing, now that she's had more than 3 minutes with this guy, that he's not all he's cracked up to be. He just sees her as an accessory. She looks good on his arm, basically.
and the tube sock gig, that is gonna be huge. And I'm up for hemorrhoid cream ad next week.
He just keeps talking about himself. Someone falls off the roof, give it maybe 10 seconds of concern, if that, and then he's back to talking about what? Himself.
I get to do some acting.
Fun. Some acting. That's a fun product placement shot.
You see what I did there?
I adore this joke, particularly as somebody who has acted and whose best friend is a future household name actress. I think it has so many layers to it. First of all, there's the obvious joke that no, we can't tell the difference. They look practically identical. But more to it, it shows us that Joey doesn't understand anything. See, okay, for an actor, changing the costume is not acting. That requires a lot of internal understanding and change and talent. But this shows that Joey thinks that external change is performance. So when he says, see the difference, the answer is no. But that's the point. Like, he has no idea what acting actually involves. It's so funny because it's such a surface level joke, but it has layers to it, so it's so fun. It's a good, you guys know I'm a geek when it comes to rewatchability, and that's a moment that just pays off every time I watch it.
That was underwear. I'll show you the bathing suit one again.
Wow.
You see the difference?
Now that Joey is showing us what really matters to him and how little he takes his craft seriously, we're realizing along with Bianca that this guy is about as deep as a bathtub. Bianca's realization of Joey's shallowness is pretty subtle though. It's played for laughs mostly, but she can no longer project any good qualities onto him because there's no longer any perception gaps. She's spending more time with him and getting to know, oh, there's nothing else here. This is something that a lot of famous people benefit from. Have you noticed that actors like Blake Lively, Reynolds, and DiCaprio, they'll have these interviews, but you don't really see candid moments with them as much? That's to create a perception gap. So you don't ever get to know them well enough to know that maybe they're not the best people. I'm not saying anything, but I'm not saying anything. I don't know what that face was.
All right, I'll show you guys.
He immediately just turns to somebody else to get his narcissistic supply met. So Bianca, after spending more than 3 seconds with this guy, is realizing he's awful. See, he's a king with a tower, but his tower is beer cans. His whole identity depends on external validation, meaning without an audience, Joey doesn't really know who he is. He keeps performing, even in private conversations. He's always auditioning. In that way, we see the typical 90s alpha male who is really just boasting about accomplishments that don't really matter to people who don't know better. He's a guy who has spent his entire life being rewarded for his looks, so he never really had to develop anything deeper. Bianca's realizing that throughout this party. Meanwhile, Cameron left an impression in her mind of a sincere and earnest compliment. One of those is much more appealing than the other. On top of that, the second Bianca stops feeding his narcissistic supply, he immediately turns to just another girl. This typical user behavior. He is such a loser. He's found an audience. I'm surprised Chastity isn't over there with them. She comes face to face with Cameron, but realizes she doesn't really know what to do in this situation. Poor Cameron's face says it all. He understands what's going on in this situation. He lost. Joey won. At best, he's a consolation prize. He's looking at her with this sort of forlorn sadness of just like, I know I'm not the guy. She's not necessarily ready to cross the line into that dynamic with Cameron yet. I'm surprised Chastity isn't over with the other girls oohing and awing over Joey's prowess at posing. And then Bianca takes her arm and is like,
Is it me, or does this party all of a sudden suck?
To me, this is such an interesting line because it shows how her perception has shifted. Before, the party was everything that Bianca wanted, but that was built under the assumption that Joey was the prize. Now he's showing how he's kind of lame and showing his true colors. Bianca's perception has shifted. Think of it like this. Joey was vibrant and glowing, but then the lights turn on and Bianca realizes it was only because it was a black light. And now he's just a loser with neon paint all over him. It's also interesting to me that she reaches for Chastity. She reaches for somebody who basically represents her social identity in that whole system. How did he see him?
Really? Thank you.
They went on to have 3 kids, and now they're happily divorced.
Hey, Kat, why don't you let me have this one, huh?
No, this one's mine.
We see Patrick again, and he's been looking after Kat, or at least trying to. Joey congratulates him on getting her to act like a human, and then this happens. You seeing this? What do you think made her get up on the table? So here we have a young woman suddenly thrust into this social system that she's rejected, and she's losing control for the first time. I do like Patrick's look of concern and like watchfulness. It just shows he's looking at her for more than just her body, you know? Joey is cheering because all he sees is spectacle and not a girl unraveling to a beat. Look how disgusted Bianca looks. Julia Stiles supposedly improvised the table dance in the party scene, and according to legend, it found its way to the producers of Save the Last Dance, and they offered her the lead role in the film. She's dancing to Notorious B.I.G. here, and it's such a perfect, it's like a love letter to the 90s. I think it's good that she's seeing her from up top because it gives us a reason to look from that angle so that we don't see her hit her head later. Because see, she's not really tall enough to hit it unless she's hunching. Please drink responsibly, guys. And if you're underage, don't drink at all. I'm not a fan of underage drinking. I had something very bad happen to me because of it. So anybody young in the movie sleepover experience right now, please just be safe. Did you guys ever go to parties when you were in high school? Were they fun or no? You guys want a good high school party movie? Can't Hardly Wait. That movie is so much fun.
You lie down and you go to sleep.
Sleep is good.
No, not if you have a concussion. Come on, here, sit down.
She keeps falling, and Patrick is worried she has a concussion. So he's trying to look after her when Cameron comes up and demands a few moments of his time.
Hey, we need to talk.
Is that true that you shouldn't sleep with a concussion? Can someone verify in the comments?
Cameron, I'm a little busy right now.
Can you give me a second?
See, Cameron, you're kind of entitled, my man.
What?
It's off, okay? The whole thing's off.
What are you talking about?
She never wanted me. She wanted Joey the whole time.
So Cameron tells Patrick that the whole thing is off. In his eyes, Joey got the girl and he was never even an option. This is really fascinating, in my opinion, because Cameron is shutting the whole thing down before he's rejected. He's humiliated. See, disappointment is this didn't work. Humiliation is, of course this didn't work. Look who I am. I was stupid to think I ever even had a chance. And what does Patrick say?
Cameron, do you like the girl?
Yeah?
Yeah, and is she worth all this trouble?
Well, I thought she was, but
Well, she is or she isn't.
He responds with some unexpectedly sincere motivation for him. Up until now, the boys have been treating this whole thing like a scheme, but Patrick is the first one to reframe it as something real. And I love the way Heath says this, because he says it more like something he actually believes and less something like from a wise mentor. He sounds like a guy who has no interest in self-pity and no tolerance for empty comfort. Basically, what I'm trying to say is Patrick is the first person in the film to tell Cameron that social rank is not the same as human worth.
See, first of all, Joey is not half the man you are. Secondly, don't let anyone ever make you feel like you don't deserve what you want.
Patrick gives Cameron the best advice in the movie. Don't confuse somebody else's social grace for actual superiority. On top of that, this is probably the closest the film gets to a thematic statement, if you want to take it there. And it's such a mature statement for a teen film especially. So we have 3 different types of masculinity in the film, and rather than saying that Cameron has to be more like Joey or be more like Patrick, Patrick is basically telling him to become a fuller version of himself. That's so healthy. And not only from a teen movie, but a 90s teen movie. These writers, can you please write my autobiography? Because hot damn. That joke had layers. Joey walks around like he's entitled to desire. Cameron walks around like he has to apologize for his. Patrick is saying, no, the scoreboard is fake, my man. You don't get to disqualify yourself from your own life. Also, I initially got myself into a bit of a moral tizzy thinking he was saying that he was somehow entitled to Bianca's feelings, but no, he's just saying that he's entitled to the right to pursue her. And he's been disqualifying himself prematurely. Wow.
Go for it.
Wow. Genuinely such good advice, especially for a teen movie in the 90s. Cameron's problem in this movie isn't that he likes Bianca. It's that he thinks Joey is the type of guy who gets a girl like Bianca and he's not. So that's an identity problem. It's the kind of thing where you start to identify with statements, sort of like something bad always happens, or I'm broke. You begin to identify with it more than you realize, and it affects your behavior more. Cameron almost gave up because of who he believed himself to be and what that meant in his mind. And Patrick, with his words, just sliced through all that fog and gave him the courage to keep his head up.
This is so patronizing.
Oh, I'll leave it to you to use big words when you're smashed.
Okay, who is this gorgeous couple over here and what is their story? I really want to know. Also, this is probably where you'd find me at a party. This looks so cute right here, and I'm a sucker for a good swing set. How do you guys behave when you're drunk? It's been a really long time since I've gotten drunk, so I don't really know, but I think it was like talkative and lovey, or sleepy. I don't know, but anyway, does he call her Kate here, or is he just saying okay?
Kate.
Why are you doing this?
I told you may have a concussion.
You don't care if I never wake up.
Sure I do.
She basically expects contempt from people at this point. This is a girl whose worldview has been built entirely by betrayal and disappointment. She expects men to be careless and for desire to come with disrespect. So even when Patrick is actively caring for her, her first thought is to negate it because cynicism is safer. Like, if I frame you as uncaring, I don't have to be disappointed later when I realize that I wanted caring from you at all. It sounds like a girl fishing for compliments, but really it's somebody asking in the only way they know how, do you care about me? Do you think Patrick realizes he likes her yet, or is he just sort of playing a role still? I know I'm not the only one who thought that it was especially great that Patrick keeps looking after Kat even after Cameron says that the whole thing's over. It just shows at that point he's officially invested.
Why?
Well then, because then I'd have to start taking out girls who actually like me.
Like you could find one.
Oh, see that, there. Who needs affection when I have blind hatred?
He's clocking how she's overplaying the hatred thing at this point. She reacts too much for him to mean nothing. It reminds me of somebody who I used to tell I hated back in high school. And did I have a crush on them? You bet your ass I did. But it's safer sometimes to react with hostility when you've been treated a certain way before. I think it's important to remember what Patrick just told Cameron. He said, do you like her? Is she worth it? And never let anyone tell you you don't deserve what you want. He might as well have been talking to himself. Have you ever done that? Do you ever give someone advice that you actually need yourself? I do that all the time. Cute. So we get away from the noise of the party. Wow. So the movie has taken them away from the loud party and brought them to the swings, which are slightly childish, and so it sort of puts them in this stripped down and in-between headspace, so they can let their performances drop a little bit and meet each other as humans. Wow. That had a really nice sort of spur-of-the-moment energy to it. Both of them did really well with that moment. Eventually, he asks about Joey, and she tells him that she hates him. She finally tells him.
Well, you've chosen the perfect revenge, mainlining tequila.
She says she hates him, but really she's like saying so much more. She's saying she hates what he represents, the system that he stands for, the roles girls have to play inside of it, the double standards. Patrick is not only paying attention to her, but he's noticing her patterns. I love this moment. He's basically calling out the absurdity of it without shaming her even a little bit.
Well, you know what they say.
Nope, what do they say? No. Kat, listen to me, Kat. Open your eyes.
Oh. So I mentioned before how Gil Younger is an actor's director. And what did I mean by that? Basically, a visually driven director is somebody who might obsess over lighting and framing or movement, whereas an actor's director is more obsessed with what's happening inside the character and how that plays out on screen. David Krumholtz, who plays Michael, mentioned that he was really grateful to Younger in a behind-the-scenes featurette. He mentioned how a lot of the performers were really young actors who weren't necessarily super confident in their work yet. And so Younger being able to walk them through scenes and allow them to play with the material a little bit really helped them grow and shine. And then Julia Stiles mentioned that something she really loved that Younger did was he would tell them exactly what was wrong and exactly how to fix it. For the young actors, I'm sure that was really helpful in bringing out the really rich performances that we see on screen. See, she's seeing him differently. This is where he completely changes. He's suddenly concerned for her, and she can see that.
Your eyes have a little green in them.
Aww. So Kat wakes up and she sees Patrick differently. literally and figuratively. She says, "Your eyes have a little bit of green in them," but what she means is, I see complexity in you where I didn't before. You're a person to me now. She's noticing details, and you usually only notice details when you're slowed down and really not performing anymore. I love that Heath just seems to understand that a huge part of acting is listening. He really nails it. He hasn't necessarily won her over or anything like that. I think it's just somebody who's very guarded becoming a bit more open because somebody that she's with didn't exploit that opening. Does that make sense? This scene also tells us so much about Patrick and his emotional intelligence. He's not somebody who she needs to be controlled and witty and defensive and sarcastic around. She can be a little bit messy, and he's gonna take care of her. For Kat, that's everything. No, okay. For Kat, the fact that he's taking care of her and then not expecting intimacy afterward, that's probably why she ends up leaning forward later, but we'll get there. Sorry, we'll get there. I think it's so funny. He doesn't pull her hair back for her. He just pats her head. Guys, if you really want to help a girl out, pull her hair back for her. Oh, okay, he sort of rubs her head. I thought, from what I remembered, he like patted it, but he like rubs it. Okay. Still, take the hair. The movie earns its romance here by showing care in some of the least glamorous settings possible. And it shows that Patrick can handle Kat as a person more than a challenge. There are probably better ways to read this moment, but that's what stood out to me. I'd love to hear your thoughts about it though. I like to think of Movie Sleepover as more of a conversation rather than a performance. So go ahead and toss your comments in the pillow pile and we can have a dialogue, baby.
Hey, a bunch of us are going to Jared's. Ready?
So Joey's inviting Bianca to the after party, and then this happens.
I have to be home in 20 minutes.
You know, I don't have to be home till 2, so.
Chastity, you thirsty bitch. Oh my gosh.
One more chance.
Oh man, I can't.
Damn, that's a shame.
Can you believe this bitch?
You want to go?
Wow.
Sure.
Chastity?
Hey, you passed.
Bitch.
Okay, that moment reminds me, I am in no way saying that this person was as bad as Chastity in this film, so I want to make that very clear. But I did have a friend once who I was asked out on a date, and I told him I wasn't allowed to date, so she went on the date for me, and they ended up dating, even though she knew I really liked him. So I kind of relate to this situation a little bit. So yeah, anyway, Bianca has been left by both her best friend and her sister. Girl code is out the window at this point, I guess. But thankfully, who walks by? Cameron.
Hey, have fun tonight?
Ton.
This is such a good song for this moment. Cameron coming from behind her in frame is just perfect. Like, you don't expect him to come up, and then, I don't know, it's just a really good shot.
Hey, Cameron, do you think you could give me a ride home?
Look at his face. That's pure conflict right there. Here's your chance, buddy. That's the thing, Kat left without making sure Bianca was okay. I understand she's under the influence, but as a big sister, she kind of failed tonight. Whenever you go out, especially if you're a young woman, always make sure that everybody in your party gets home safely. That's girl code. Even if you do not like someone, you still protect them. That's human decency. Okay, so just to recap, the party pushes all 3 central narratives forward. Kat accidentally reveals some vulnerability. Patrick starts to see her outside of the challenge, which makes Kat drop her defenses a little bit. Bianca saw Joey's shallowness and is unimpressed. And on top of that, has been noticing Cameron's sincerity. This is such efficient storytelling. One chaotic party scene advances the entire film.
I should do this.
Do what?
Okay, so we cut to Patrick driving Kat home. He's driving her car because she said she wanted to drive earlier. And it really, I know I said this already, but it does not sit right with me that Kat went through everything she went through with Joey and then just left Bianca at that party. I understand she was drunk, but that was the reason she got drunk in the first place, so it should have been at the forefront of her mind. Just my opinion. I understand it's good for efficient storytelling. It moves the plot forward and it gives the couples some intimate time alone. So in that respect, I get it. I just wish there had been like a look or something. But you know, she was drunk and maybe she just entirely forgot that Bianca existed, to be fair.
Start a band? No, install car stereos. Yeah, start a band. My father would love that.
You see how they challenge each other? I think that's why their chemistry works so well. So here, Kat is expressing a desire, which is vulnerable for her, so kudos to Kat. But I don't know what it is, guys. There's just something about a dark car that makes people want to talk more honestly. Have you noticed that? I've noticed that filmmakers use cars for confessions a lot. I think there's just something about the body language to it because even though you're both in the same space, you're both looking forward, so you don't have to look at each other. And in that sense, you can be more honest and vulnerable, I think. But here, the alcohol has lowered her defenses a little and she's admitting a genuine desire that she has to be creative and musical. And he remembers it. They pull up to their house. I love this moment. He turns off the radio to tell her that this moment and this conversation matters to him. He's telling her without words that he's present. And then in that sense, it's also a cue to the audience. The soundtrack disappears so we can focus on the dialogue. And in that sense, we're told without words that what's about to happen matters. So we had Letters to Cleo's cover of Cruel to Be Kind playing on the radio. Remember that for later, it'll come back. And Patrick remembers Kat saying this about this band at this moment. The lyrics are literally about how sometimes people act harsh because they're protecting themselves, which is basically Kat's entire personality.
You don't strike me as the type that would ask your father for permission.
Oh, so now you think you know me?
I'm getting there.
Ooh.
The only thing people know about me is that I'm scary.
Yeah, well, I'm no picnic myself.
Her entire persona comes from resisting control. Whether it's from her father's helicopter parenting or her peers' expectations of her or the gender standards of the time, Kat is rebelling at all angles. She's constantly fighting to define herself. And then Patrick's persona, he's like, I'm no picnic myself. He knows that the dangerous, mysterious guy persona is also a constructed identity. He knows that more than anybody. So now both of them are acknowledging the distance between their reputations and their actual selves. That's something. It's sort of telling her, like, you've met your match. He asks her if her dad is a pain in the neck or something, and she says he just wants her to be someone she's not. Who?
Bianca.
Bianca.
That voice, do you hear it? That tells us how much she resents the comparison. See, Bianca represents the girl who everyone expects Kat to be. Sweet and pretty, adored, but most of all, compliant. And Kat completely rejects that idea, so it's kind of hard for her not to reject Bianca as a person. That's the laugh of somebody who knows that she's wearing a mask and that she helped create it. And for the first time, somebody's basically daring her to take it off. See how he's listening? God, I love men who listen.
I mean, I know everyone digs your sister, but, she's without.
Okay, reminder, this dude just took care of her through this entire party, listened to her talk about her dad, and then understood the dynamic between her sister and respected it. And like, even if she hated the very fiber of his being, which she didn't, there's no way you go through all of that and not have your opinion of him shift just a little. think it's really interesting that what sort of hooks her and catches her is shitting on her sister. Like, I don't know, that's funny. This is where I really love Patrick as a character. Look at how his gaze stays with her when she says this line. He clearly reads people efficiently.
You know, you're not as vile as I thought you were.
Even though it's phrased like an insult, this is the closest she's gotten to complimenting him. Oh, honey. Oh, baby girl. You guys, she's leaning forward. For somebody who has spent the entire film rejecting male attention, Kat initiating a kiss is enormous. Oh my God, this poor baby.
Maybe we should do this another time.
And then he wanted to. You could tell he wanted to, but he was being respectful, and she's so pissed off now. Because you know she does not open up easily. So leaning forward like that was a big deal. You guys, Kat finally likes him enough to surrender to the connection, and Patrick likes her enough to hesitate. See, the writing already makes us feel that tension so much, but then their performances really sell it. Have you ever had a moment like this where two people clearly liked each other, but the timing was weird? Patrick is faced with three realities right here. I'm being paid to take her out and she doesn't know. She's drunk and I shouldn't take advantage of her. And I'm beginning to like her as a person. So he technically rejects her. I wish so badly he had said something like, "You've been drinking and I really would like our first kiss to be something you remember." That would have saved everything, but it's a romantic comedy, so you know we can't just have, clear communication. Should I do that, you guys? Should I write the first romantic comedy where everyone says exactly what they mean and there's no misunderstandings? Because personally, as somebody with autism, I like explaining my decision-making process. I feel like it helps people understand where I'm coming from. So this just might be a personal preference, but what do you think? Do you think he could have saved this moment? See, Patrick thinks he's protecting her by slowing things down, but he doesn't say any of that. So to Kat, all she sees and feels is that she was vulnerable and put herself out there and got rejected. Your brain would feel that pain and be like, that sucked, never doing that again. Think about this, you guys. Kat just experienced this guy relentlessly pursuing her for the entire movie so far. And then she finally lets her guard down, is interested, leans forward, and he's not there. And she got dumped by Joey for not putting out. So to be rejected in her mind by Patrick for making a move, it must be super confusing for her right now. What do guys even want at this point, All of that frustration and embarrassment rushes in, but anger is there to protect her. I don't know about you guys, but something that I've found personally is that anger usually makes it so that I feel like I have some control again. So it's easier to be angry instead of shameful or reflective. I mean, have you ever noticed that? How it's easier to get defensive than to take an honest look at yourself and your behavior? I have. See, neither one is wrong, but neither one fully understands the other yet. I just want to take a second and give huge kudos to Patrick. Kissing or fooling around with someone who's been drinking or isn't in their right state of mind is non-consensual. So it's a great example of how it doesn't always feel good to do the right thing. All that connection and promise and potential just slips away. But the audience has now seen what's possible between them, so it makes everything else that comes later feel earned. Plus, she had just puked. Kat, what were you thinking? I wouldn't want to kiss you. And then Bianca and Cameron roll up, and I wonder if they've been listening to this sad emo music this whole time.
This time.
think the song choice for this moment is so interesting. So Cameron asks as they pull up, point blank, "You never wanted to go sailing with me, did you?" And she's insisting that she did.
Well, okay, no, not actually.
Well, then that's all you had to say.
Good point. That's all you had to say. So we are going to empathize a lot with the characters right here, both of them, because at this point they've probably been just driving around in silence. His frustration and anger would have just been building in him. I do want us to remember that a lot of girls and women will fawn as a way to avoid danger or drama. And it's not necessarily anything to do with leading someone on as much as trying to remain safe. That's not the case here, though.
Have you always been this selfish?
This moment where all of her tools and tricks have suddenly been stripped away from her, and she's being told how her behavior and her actions have actually affected somebody, basically telling her the cost of her performance this entire time. It is forcing her super suddenly into self-awareness. And like most growth, that's really uncomfortable at first.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, that whisper is super telling to me. Because it tells me, I don't know about you guys, but that to me says you hear the shame in it. But more than that, I'm pretty convinced from that line read that she knows exactly what she's been doing. She's in a system that rewards charm and manipulation and social hierarchy, and she's adapted and become good at those things.
You know, just because you're beautiful, that doesn't mean that you can treat people like they don't matter. I really liked you, okay?
So he's calling out a dynamic that's mostly been unsaid up until now, that she benefits off of her beauty and her charm in a way that she leverages. So at first I was watching this scene and thinking of Cameron as like this entitled nice guy who felt entitled to Bianca's feelings. But what I really love here most is Cameron's restraint. He's not confessing and expecting anything in return. He's just letting her know how her actions have affected him and made him feel. He's asking for basic human respect and dignity, not a date. So it makes sense in the end that the scene is less about Bianca owing him feelings and more about Bianca realizing her actions have an impact on the people around her. And she's being illuminated to their humanity for once.
I defended you when people called you conceited. I helped you when you asked me to. I learned French for you, and then you just blow me off so you could...
Oh my gosh. Cameron is finally calling out every little charm and every tiny manipulation. He's just telling her straight up, I'm a person who deserved dignity, and you could have just been honest with me. So to me, I like to think she's kissing him in order to try and like reset the situation through charm again, i.e. the only way she knows how. And for the first time, she's seeing Cameron as a person. So we have what I like to call the empathy pivot. See, she responded the only way she knew how. Can you imagine a boy telling you he learned a whole language for you? Swoon. You guys, this house was for sale for just over $1.6 million in 2018. And you know what? If I had the money, you're sure as shit I would have bought it. Holy hell, I am a sucker for a wraparound porch. Give me a bay window and a wraparound porch and I am a happy girl.
And back in the game.
Did he say that loudly enough for her to hear it? He is so cute. Like we said before, Joseph Gordon-Levitt initially didn't want to take on the film, saying he wanted to do more serious films. But I think we can all agree we're really happy that he ended up talking with the screenwriters and deciding to take the role.
Me lady, you sway to the rhythm of me eye.
Oh my gosh. I love this POV shot because it puts us in Kat's mind when we walk in the room. So we're feeling that humiliation with her. So we see Kat getting teased by the guys for her table dance. And will you notice that it's only the guys doing the teasing? We have a men problem.
Dance for me, cowgirl. Cat, babe, what do we owe you for the table dance?
So we're in Kat's POV. I want to remind everyone, by the late 90s, we only had a few archetypes for young girls. We basically had the popular girl, the nerd, the makeover candidate, and the mean girl. So on top of those limitations, most films forced girls to transform into the popular girl in order to succeed. Something I love about 10 Things I Hate About You, though, there's no makeover scene. Please do not misunderstand me. I am a sucker for a good makeover montage, but I'm more saying that I really respect this film for less saying that the characters needed a makeover and more saying that they just needed to become fuller versions of themselves. Does that make sense? Oh my God.
All right, not that I give a damn, but how was everybody's weekend?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe we should ask Kat.
Get over yourself. Mr. Morgan once again calls the room to order, and he basically tells Joey,
Unless you kick the crap out of your dumb butt, I don't want to hear about it.
more foreshadowing.
Okay.
He tells them to turn to Sonnet 141 before doing this.
In faith, I do not love thee with mine eyes, for than thee 1,000 errors note. But 'tis my heart that loves what they despise, who in despite of you is pleased to dote.
I'm sorry. What? Sir, that was incredible.
I know Shakespeare's a dead white guy, but he knows his shit, so we can overlook that.
Wow. So if you want a simplified version of the sonnet, it's basically, my eyes see everything wrong with this person, but my heart still wants them. It's so telling of how, like, logic and love can battle each other in your ribcage over one person. So he tells them for an assignment, they're gonna write their own version of it. He starts walking away and then without even looking.
Yes, miss, I have an opinion about everything.
Do you want this in iambic pentameter?
You're not gonna fight me on this?
No, I think it's a really good assignment.
It is a fun assignment. See, Mr. Morgan is used to a specific version of Kat who is argumentative and combative and provocative. So he's expecting her usual performance, and so when she doesn't act that way, he's assuming she's being ironic, which is actually really funny.
You just messing with me, aren't you?
No, I'm really looking forward to writing it.
Get out of my class.
What?
Out, get out!
You know, the more I think about it, that's actually really fascinating because it kind of shows how once somebody builds a reputation, everything they do is seen through the lens of that reputation. Like, in other words, Kat's persona is so fixed that other people can't really see anything else at this point. I mean, she's built an identity on not being vulnerable, so the first moment she is vulnerable, it's bound to be turned into some kind of spectacle. I think it's possible that Kat just doesn't have the energy to fight about the assignment today, or she might genuinely like it, but regardless, he kicks her out of class anyway.
Thanks, Mr. Morgan.
Shut up.
Have you guys seen this post? So it made me think about why we're all suddenly in our Kat Strafford era. What I mostly think it's boiled down to is how there's only two roads for women in our society, really. We have the agreeable woman who fits in and the independent woman who resists expectations. That's Kat, obviously. Kat represents the fantasy of opting out. She doesn't soften her opinions. She's not optimizing for your approval, and God help you if you try to tell her to smile. So that sort of freedom, especially nowadays, I think a lot of women and feminine people are sort of really resonating with that. But what I find fascinating is that so many more of us are much more like Bianca than Kat. But I'll get into that in a minute. That looks like Chris Pine. Aw, how cute. We get a really cute sequence where Bianca is passing Cameron in the hall after they kissed, and they exchange this look. And she's sort of transformed a little bit like a butterfly. I love how Bianca is wearing a butterfly, showing that, like, you know, her transformation has begun. And, you know, it also reminds me of social butterfly, which is something I was called in school, which I now know was just undiagnosed ADHD, but I digress. Anyway, we see Mandela at her locker. Michael approaches Mandela and he attempts a performance first. He's trying to be funny, and it goes about as well as you'd expect.
It's a cool picture. What's that collar for? Is that to keep him from licking his stitches?
Oh dear. He points out that he knows she's a fan of Shakespeare, and she says, more than a fan, we're involved. Excuse me. It's funny, the original script had a much darker tone, and Mandela actually made several references to dying by suicide with Shakespeare.
Okay.
Okay. For what it's worth, though, Michael takes it in stride, and he immediately conjures a quote in his mind from Macbeth.
Who could refrain that had a heart to love? And in that heart...
Courage to make love known.
Macbeth, right?
Right.
How cute are they? Oh my gosh. I always love characters that can immediately quote a poem or a sonnet or a play. I consider myself pretty well read, and I cannot quote worth a damn.
So listen, I have this friend, and he likes your friend.
And after Mandela is aware that Michael has read the Bard, she's pretty much putty in his hands. Look at that smile. Look how, that looks like Hogwarts practically. But yeah, it would be a shame to shoot this and not feature the school prominently. Cameron and Patrick are waiting for Michael to get finished talking with Mandela, and they're watching Kat at practice, talking about the other night.
What did you do to her?
It's interesting, because of Patrick's reputation, Cameron immediately assumes that he must have done something to make her angry. But Patrick says he didn't do anything because she would have been too drunk to remember anyway.
I thought you wanted out.
Yeah, well, I did, but that was until she kissed me.
Look at that smile. So I was taught whatever you do, you always want the sun to be your backlight. But in this situation, I mean, what are you gonna do? So filmmakers out there, I'm curious, lighting-wise, how do you think they did? I'm not saying it's bad or anything, please don't misunderstand. I just feel bad for Heath having to look into the sun.
Where?
In the car?
I got the scoop.
What'd she say?
Hates him with the fire of 1,000 suns.
Oh dear.
That's a direct quote.
So let's think about this for a second. From Kat's point of view, she got drunk and lost control publicly, revealed vulnerability, and then was rejected pretty immediately afterwards. Woke up embarrassed, and then was mocked the entire day by a bunch of dudes. If she even suspects that Patrick mocked her even a little bit, it confirms her worst suspicions about men and people in general.
Thanks, Michael. That's very comforting of you.
Well, you don't know. She could need a day to cool off.
Even if Patrick didn't betray her, because of Kat's past and her worldview, she's primed to be in this headspace of, I completely embarrassed myself and he didn't even want me. But I want to make it clear, Patrick did the right thing. She's only hurt because she thinks he led her on just to embarrass her. What's the biggest misunderstanding you've ever had with somebody that you liked? That was a warning shot.
Maybe two.
If she wanted to hit him, she would have. To me, this is a warning shot. Like, I'm not finished with you yet kind of thing. To me, if she didn't care, she wouldn't have done it. But I don't know, what do you think? If someone kicks a soccer ball at your head the next day, are you still gonna pursue them? I love that. I want to take archery lessons. I think I want to get into that soon. Looks so fun. How did you guys feel about gym class? I liked it on fun days. If we ever did archery, I would have loved it. But also being out in the heat in Arizona sucked. Do you guys want a t-shirt that says Padua Athletic Department? Should I make a blanket? Would you guys want a movie sleepover blanket? Let me know.
Hey there, Cupid.
Cupid.
Hi, Joey.
Cute. It's actually really smart the more I thought about it. So, okay, archery, you think bow and arrow, that's symbolism for Cupid, right? So Cupid, you think matchmaking, which is exactly what Bianca and Cameron are doing. Because of Bianca's social manipulations, they set this entire scheme in motion. And let's just say the unintended consequences are gonna be a pain in the ass. I loved how fleshed out the world is of Padua. You see the ROTC practicing behind them.
Can I help you?
I want to talk to you about prom.
Oh, this poor gym teacher. I like how both of them just look at him and neither of them go to help. It's a bit on the nose, but Bianca gets distracted by Joey and sends her energy in the wrong direction.
Look, you know the deal. I can't go if Kat doesn't go.
Your sister is going.
See, to me, he doesn't want Bianca. He wants the image of Bianca and, like, the achievement of Bianca. That's what the scene in the beginning with his friend was all about when he was like, this I'm gonna do for fun. But it also aligns with his entire persona, from the sports car to the bragging and like the hair product. Everything about Joey is a performance. Bianca reminds him of the rule, and he just says that Kat's going before swaggering away.
Since when?
Oh, let's just say I'm taking care of it.
Oh my gosh. I do have to admit there's something very attractive about a leave it all to me kind of guy. But in Joey's case, it's gross and manipulative, so we don't like it. I love this, you guys. Okay, watch. So Gabrielle Union, her character Chastity, runs in to help before she instructs an extra to go get help. The extra jogs off before eventually she thinks she's out of frame and she turns around to come back for another take. And this always cracks me up.
Here, this should take care of the flowers, the limo, the tux, everything.
Wow.
Just make sure she gets to the prom.
Remember, double it almost. So that's practically $400 today. Joey hands him the cash and tells him to get Kat to the prom so he can take Bianca. But all of a sudden, Patrick is feeling how morally gross this is.
You know what? I'm sick of playing your little game.
Okay, we're right by a window. See, I think it's interesting they film this in front of a window, so you think like window into your soul, and like, so we're seeing how Patrick is conflicted about everything. I mean, just look at his face. He's caught up in it.
Well, okay, wait. You sick of, let's say, 300?
That's a lot of money, especially for a teenager. You see how when Patrick had like moral qualms, Joey did not hesitate for a second to raise that price? It's just so clear that he has never faced a situation that he couldn't buy his way out of or charm his way into. We get cute moments of seeing him watching her. So now he's trying to understand Kat as a person. Gil's music was probably named after director Gil Younger. I love this. He sees her so in her element and he can't bear to break her concentration. And then she senses him anyway. We have our introduction to Kat playing guitar, which plants the seed for later. And this is such a fun scene. He's entering her world. He's literally going into the bookstore for an intellectual. And then on top of that, when he spots her, he mentions a book that she's sure to know. Like, Kat would be so into third wave feminism by now. He eventually finds her in the bookstore and just tries to go right back into charm mode like nothing happened.
Excuse me, have you seen The Feminine Mystique? I've lost my copy.
Using the book, he's basically just trying to use it as shorthand to be like, I see who you are. And then she is saying, you want to bet, Sparky?
What are you doing here?
I heard there was a poetry reading.
You're so
Charming. Wholesome.
unwelcome.
Okay, so pillow pile pause. Let's register what Kat's probably feeling at this moment. She's feeling embarrassment from the car earlier, frustration about why Patrick didn't act how she expected him to, and then confusion about why she cares or cared at all, and whether or not she wants to admit it, curiosity about him. Have you ever noticed when someone makes you feel something complicated, it's easier to get annoyed instead of like unpack why you feel that way? Before we unpause, let's also register growth on Patrick's end. He's come into her space and dropped all the bravado and that "hey girly" nonsense. You probably noticed how it's more like intellectual flirting now, which shows us that Patrick is sort of seeing her more as a person now, even though through dramatic irony we know that it's mostly because of Cameron's recon.
You're not as mean as you think you are, you know that?
And you're not as badass as you think you are.
So both of them are calling out their performances. It's basically someone saying, I see the role you're playing, but I see who's underneath it too.
Ooh, someone still has her panties in a twist.
Don't for 1 minute think that you had any effect whatsoever on my panties.
He asks her point blank.
Then what did I have an effect on?
Which is something Kat can't answer honestly without dropping her performance of detachment. She literally can't tell him, you hurt my feelings, you confused me, and I had already embarrassed myself, so you added insult to injury, dude. She can't say any of that because that would require more vulnerability. But just like Patrick deflects through humor, she deflects through sarcasm or anger, or both.
Other than my upchuck reflex, nothing.
That says so much. I like how she's trying to reframe the event as like vomit-inducing and gross now in order to like regain control over it. Have you guys ever done this where you sort of like reframe it to mean something else to save face? I've done that before. You usually don't realize you're doing it at the time. She's basically sparring with him, but also telling him, you really want to be in my world so badly? Educate yourself. But also, stop using this as a prop to get your foot in the door. I don't think she's telling him to read the book, literally. It's cute, because like Patrick walks in the bookstore with the intention to flirt with Kat's ideology, and she literally hands it to him and walks away. In the original play, Kate was abusive to her sister and tutors and had no problem slapping Petruchio when he was wooing her.
You're right, she's still pissed.
He's updating Michael and Cameron when this happens.
Sweet love, renew thy force.
Hey, don't say shit like that to me. People can hear you.
See, for all of his bravado and mysteriousness, he cares what people think about him. I find it really interesting that we set up Verona as this mysterious bad boy who supposedly doesn't give a damn about his reputation or what others think about him, and yet so far he's made 2 comments, this one and the Club Skunk one, where he really does seem to care what people think about him. Like, it just shows even those who have supposedly opted out of the system are still mindful of it and performing in their own way.
Embarrass the girl. Sacrifice yourself on the altar of dignity and even the score.
That's one of those lines again from Shakespeare. Sacrifice yourself upon the altar of dignity and even the score. But Cameron is making such a good point here. Kat was embarrassed. Regardless of Patrick's morality or his intentions, he made Kat feel embarrassed for opening up. So it makes sense if he wants Kat to open up again, he needs to make himself look and feel ridiculous to make it so he's worth it for her. So their advice at the end is less you did the wrong thing and more she's embarrassed, here's what you should do. And then we get this comedic tie-off.
Listen, don't say shit like that to him. People can hear you.
So for Patrick, Kat is the first person who won't buy his myths. So that means he has to risk being real, which is terrifying because it puts his value on the line. And this guy is the actual marching band leader of the school that helped out because Stadium High School didn't have a marching band, so they went to Lincoln High School nearby. And so that's the actual marching band leader. And we see an important moment where he uses some of the Joey money to pay the band guy to gain access to the mic and sound system at the perfect moment. You guys know I'm a sucker for a good insert shot. Patrick is about to do one of the most iconic rom-com gestures ever. And what song does he pick? Trivia time! During Patrick's iconic stadium serenade, what song does he sing? Is it A, Kiss Me, B, Can't Take My Eyes Off You, C, Love Fool, or D, Iris? The answer is B, Can't Take My Eyes Off You. Director Younger thought, wouldn't it be nice if he wasn't singing a typical pop rock song, but an actual love ballad? I couldn't find more than one source on this, but supposedly it was Julia Stiles' idea for him to sing Can't Take My Eyes Off You. Originally, it was I Touch Myself, and then it was I Think I Love You, but unfortunately Scream 2 was using that at the time, so they couldn't use it. Here we go, one of the most iconic parts of the film. Wow, look at this shot, you guys. Wow. You guys, look at this shot. We begin looking up at Heath, and he's lowering his defenses and coming into her world, and then it's just beautifully framed.
And I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true.
Look at that. Before this, Patrick pursued Kat relentlessly, and then as soon as he got her where he wanted her, in her mind, he rejected her. So for all she knows, it was all a setup for his ego. So this is basically him saying, you think I care about my ego? I don't give two shits about my ego. Hold my Vegemite.
Can't take my eyes off of you.
Shut up. I'm in awe, you guys. It's the first time that Patrick breaks the cool guy persona. He's literally descending from his above-it-all mindset and dancing into her world. So we're getting hints of like Fred Astaire and Gene Kelly. See, he's making a spectacle of himself. He's not embarrassing her. That's the important part. It's another example why Patrick is a compelling male lead. He changes and he grows, and he's basically showing Kat, I'm putting down my reputation for you. I like you. On top of that, I'm willing to break the rules for you. He said that they did choreograph this, but then he just messed it up a bit. That it was a very warm day, and he ended up having to do this about 20 to 30 times. And from here, Kat softens towards Patrick, because at the end of the day, sincerity is probably the only thing she really respects. Somebody pointed out that apparently with Kat having a picture of Jared Leto in her room, she would have a fascination with the Joker, since Heath Ledger played the Joker later in The Dark Knight. And then we know that Joaquin Phoenix's Joker has an infamous scene where he's dancing down steps. So here we have another Joker dancing down steps. I just thought that was a cute addition. So he's being chased by security guards, which means that his grand gesture has consequences beyond just his reputation. And by doing this in front of the entire stadium, he might as well be saying to Kat with these words, can't take my eyes off you. He's basically saying, all of them are looking at me, and I can't take my eyes off of you. I mean, think about that. We've spent the entire film stoking our reputations. In Kat's mind, guys only chase girls to gain something. Patrick is suddenly okay looking like a fool, and for what? So this is a great example of dramatic irony, when the audience knows something that the characters don't. But on top of that, it's such a perfect song because it calls back to that moment at Club Skunk when he was watching her dance. He couldn't take his eyes off of her. Oh! Oh my gosh. This moment to me has the energy of Romeo and Juliet when Romeo is in the pool. Romeo plus Juliet, 1996 version, when Romeo is in the pool and he has that "I'd like to see him try" energy, and Juliet keeps trying to hush him. I'm gonna add that movie to our list to vote on as well. Be sure to come to Movie Sleepover Live if you guys want to vote on what movies we watch next. Unfortunately, I feel so bad. The actor that was playing the cop that Patrick slaps on the rump, he thought he was having a heart attack during this scene, so they had to stop production for about 40 minutes before they could resume. Gil Younger talked about it in an interview, which, by the way, if anybody wants links to all my research, they're in the description. So in this sense, we see that the movie is less about Kat learning how to soften and more about Patrick becoming someone that she can trust and him proving he's not just another person who's going to manipulate her. I don't know how much of this I'm going to be able to include, but you can find the extended version on Patreon. Which takes us to the next scene where unfortunately Patrick has indeed landed himself in detention. So you see his name on the detention sign-in, so he did get caught. Oh, he still can't sit down because of the arrow. This is so funny.
You look pretty nervous.
He catches this kid being stoned out of his mind.
You're sweating like a pig.
He's like, "You look pretty nervous. And you look like W. Bush at a poetry reading."
You've got pot, don't you?
So he confiscates the weed. And then...
This too.
Because he has to have something to eat when he smokes the weed. This always makes me laugh. There are very few perks about being a teacher, kids.
Mr. Chapin, can I talk to you for a second?
What can I do for you, Stratford?
Sir, I have some ideas on how we can improve the girls'
All
soccer
quiet
team.
on the Western Front.
Talk about it later.
This is another one of those scenes where when looking at it through a modern lens, we're like, obviously this is not okay and very creepy, but we're gonna put all of that aside and just focus on the dynamics between Kat and Patrick here. Patrick landed himself in there by breaking the rules to prove that he was genuine and he was sorry. So Kat has come to reciprocate and break the rules for him to get him the hell out of there.
As you know, we have a really big game with Hillcrest High. Your bicep is huge! Oh my god, the other one's even bigger.
Oh my gosh. Now, why couldn't they just wait until the end of detention? They're teenagers. Every second is dire. Do you remember being that age where you just like, every single second you could sneak with your crush mattered?
You don't take steroids, do you? Because I've heard that steroids can severely disintegrate your package. I mean, not that I'm thinking about your package.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, she just keeps talking, and meanwhile he's trying to sneak out.
And the point is, they kick our butts every year, and I was thinking I devised a plan that will enable us to finally defeat them.
Have you ever done something risky to get someone else out of a situation? I'd love to hear about it in the comments.
Which is?
That thing that you taught us.
What thing?
Misdirection.
I taught you that?
Yeah, you or Siegfried or Roy.
You or famous magicians, one of those.
They're looking left, and we're running
The
right.
fact she's grabbing his face right now.
Okay, but how do we get him to look left?
Misdirection. Keep them looking away. I love this. So she's telling him the plan while the plan is happening. It's very much, you'll notice this in heist movies. They'll do this a lot, like Ocean's 11 and Mission Impossible. They'll like talk about the plan while showing you what's happening. So this is sort of like a mini heist in a rom-com teen movie, so it's fun.
Like this.
Also kind of fascinating that Kat has been rejecting and fighting against being sexualized the whole film. And then here she's almost using her sexuality as a tool and like taking her power back through it. Which, how do you think the coach is thinking right now? Like, do you think he reported this after? We don't see any consequences. Do you think he was too embarrassed or worried that it would like somehow reflect badly on him? I mean, what would you do if you were the coach? The fact that none of the other students ratted on Patrick is hilarious to me.
Okay. Well, now that you've seen the plan, I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna go.
Show the plan to someone else.
Eventually, Patrick is safely out the window. We've succeeded in distracting the coach. Now that Kat is thoroughly mortified, she exits the room as the most powerful person in it, which is not okay, but interesting. How do you think the teacher feels in that moment? Is he like, I'm gonna get fired?
Okay.
Oh my God. They used a lot of the local kids as extras. So then we cut to a scene of Kat and Patrick on a paddle boat. This is such an important moment though, because it's the first time that Kat and Patrick are no longer oppositional forces. Now they're like co-conspirators.
I can't thank you enough for helping me sneak out of detention. Very cool.
No problem.
I thought for sure I was busted when I was climbing out that window, I tell you.
And you can see like the boats moving. We see the camera moving, so we're also on a boat, presumably.
So how did you keep him distracted?
I dazzled him with my wits.
Oh yeah, that's what we call them now? She doesn't admit to flashing the coach, but we know from watching the last scene that Patrick saw before he left. So here, he's almost like being restrained by not telling her. Another interesting layer is when he asks her this.
So what's your excuse?
For
acting the way we do.
Acting the way we do. What do you think he means by that? Acting the way we do as in as outsiders, as mean people, or like as oppositional forces to each other? What do you think?
I don't like to do what people expect. Why should I live up to other people's expectations instead of my own?
To me, putting everything together, Kat isn't just some angry teen, pissed off at the world. She's a young woman who was abandoned by her mother, rejecting the world before it can hurt her again. If I don't let anyone in, I'll never feel like that again. I won't hurt that way, ever again. It's a defense mechanism. It's very similar to our Good Will Hunting episode, which unfortunately got taken down for copyright, but I'm working on it. The point, though, is that her anger feels safer than vulnerability to her.
So you're disappointed from the start, and then you're covered, right?
Wow.
Something like that.
You see the reflector? So he's calling out her strategy, very similar to Sean McGuire from Good Will Hunting, but she doesn't deny it. And to me, Patrick is a dude who performs rebellion the same way that Kat performs detachment. So in that sense, they're mirrors. See, everyone is sort of like negotiating with how they're seen and thought of by others. And we do this all the time too, but this just so happens to have Elizabethan lore in a Pacific Northwest high school. They're both convinced they're the only authentic people in the room. But when they meet each other, they slowly realize they're both wearing costumes too. And the movie is about what happens when they slowly start taking the armor off. But I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you think that Kat and Patrick like each other because they're opposites? Or because they recognize part of themselves in each other?
Then you screwed up.
How?
You never disappointed me.
Cute. He tells her that she never disappointed him, and suddenly all of her past sarcasm and everything is just reframed, and she's no longer feeling judged. This is why the later reveal is gonna hurt so much worse, you guys, because this is the first time in Kat's life where a guy is telling her basically that you're fine exactly as you are. You don't need to perform. He liked watching her when she was just dancing and being herself. But I don't know, I love how underrated Julia Stiles plays this moment. She almost can't help but smile to herself. And he asks her this.
Are you up for it?
Up for what?
I kind of wish that couple wasn't behind them. Otherwise, it would have been a perfect shot, in my opinion, especially with the airplane taking off behind them. Just if that couple hadn't been behind them, I feel like that would have been beautiful. This is so cute. Okay, then we have one of the best scenes in the film. I love it. So this was shot at Seattle Gasworks Park, and I guess they don't normally do this paintball stuff, but if this is real anywhere, somebody let me know. I want to go. I read a comment saying that anyone who lives in the Seattle area will be amused at how they seemingly get to different locations very quickly. For example, it's a 45-minute drive from the high school to the boat dock where they rent the boat. The paintball scene on its surface is just so frustratingly adorable, especially if you're single, but there's so much more to it than that. Okay, so as we've said, Kat's whole thing is a performance of intellectual superiority and detachment. And then here comes this person who has created an environment for her where she can just be messy and imperfect and play. For someone who lives their life by control, play is terrifying. Patrick makes it safe and fun. When women say we want a provider, this is what we mean. It has less to do with what's in your wallet and more to do with how you make our nervous system feel. This is an example of that. I love this scene. Oh my gosh. I've always wanted to do something like this. This would be probably like one of the most fun first dates you could have. I've never been on like a real date. The only real date that someone, I don't actually know if he planned it, but we went to Peter Piper Pizza and he showed me how to rig the machines to play for free. Should have seen that red flag for what it was. Have you guys ever done something like this or had a date this fun? Ooh, what was the most fun date you've ever been on? See, they're mirrors. They're so cute. I think that's why these scenes where they're actually falling for each other land so hard. Because in the end, as we've said in other movie sleepover episodes, real love is about being witnessed. My thought though as a script supervisor was what a continuity nightmare. Like trying to keep track of everything, oh my God. So continuity is the practice of ensuring consistency on screen between action, props, costumes, lighting, and so much more. So script supervisors basically exist to try and help create that seamless illusion of time and space so that the audience isn't focused on any potential mistakes or goofs, as IMDb calls them. So throwing the different colors of paint and when and how and where, just I don't even want to think about it. And huge shout out to Nancy Carlin, our script supervisor for this film. I don't know, guys. I just feel like you can't help but smile during this scene. You hear the lyrics of the song? The lyrics are literally saying, I'm surprised you've never been told before that you're lovely and you're perfect and that somebody wants you. I love how he throws the goggles. I love how he flings away his mask. He's literally flinging away his too cool to care mask. And then he just touches her face and kisses her, and then the lyrics, I'm surprised that you or that you're perfect and you're lovely and that somebody wants you. And that's exactly what's happening here. Personally, I love this scene and the poem scene the most in the film, I think. And when I stop to think about it, I think it's because they achieve basically the same job at different points in the film. One is physical surrender, and then the other one is emotional surrender. But both of them are played straight, and we get something truly iconic. How fun! So some people say that the original play isn't actually promoting tame the shrew sexist rhetoric at all, but making fun of it. And that Shakespeare, who I personally think was more than one person, but I digress, was exaggerating those romantic tropes so much that they became satire. Even Kate's big submission speech at the end, which in this film is Kat's poem, is supposedly lathered in irony rather than submission, so not obedience at all. Just a little interesting tidbit, I thought. Because from that angle, Kate and Petruchio don't tame each other at all. It means here's two stubborn, intense people, and they don't tame in a one-sided way. They meet each other. Their crazy has matching colors. So now they exchange rumors back and forth.
State trooper.
Fallacy.
So then we get such a cute scene. This is so cute. They're exchanging fallacies and rumors with each other because they're both known for reputations. And it's kind of fun how most of Kat's are true and most of Patrick's are false. Interesting.
The duck.
Hearsay. Bobby Ridgway's balls?
Fact. But he deserved it. He tried to grope me in the lunch line.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Where were you last year? I know the porn career is a lie.
Do you?
Do you? I like that she's the one who laughs first. Like, he never, for all we know, that's true. They walk up to the porch trading stories until finally they sit down and Kat asks him to tell her something true.
I hate peas.
No.
See, he avoids anything real.
You are amazingly self-assured. Has anyone ever told you that?
I tell myself that every day, actually.
He avoids the question and deflects with humor, showing that he's not exactly emotionally where we'd hoped he'd be. But then at one point, he essentially commands Kat to go to prom with him.
Go to the prom with me.
Maybe if you didn't say it like a command.
Come on, go with me.
No.
No. Why not?
And when Kat is hesitant, he pushes.
Because I don't want to. Because it's a stupid tradition.
Come on, people won't expect you to go.
See, he's not saying it's important to me or I think we'd have a good time. He's framing it as something to do reputationally again, showing that he's still part of the system that Kat's rejecting. She asks what's in it for him, and his answers just keep getting worse.
Why are you pushing this?
Exactly.
What's in it for you?
He doesn't have a good answer.
So now I need to have a motive to want to be with you.
Yeah, you're being weird.
You need therapy. You know that? Has anyone ever told you that?
Oh my. He literally begins gaslighting her. He knows he doesn't have a good answer, so he starts attacking her for asking.
Answer the question, Patrick.
You're gaslighting
Nothing. There is
her.
nothing in it for me, just the pleasure of your company.
He lies to her face. Like, I think if he had told the truth right there, depending on tact and tone, he could have swung it. But I don't know. This whole thing is just, he's being weird about it. Okay, and then...
Okay.
Oh my God. So he's gaslighting her, he's speaking negatively to her, and he's lighting up after telling her that he quit. So this moment is the payoff from before when Bianca told Cameron that she'd die before dating a guy who smokes. Ew. Yep, you see the door putting that barrier between them immediately. She leaves and places a literal and emotional boundary between them.
Je ne sais pas. Peut-être dans ton trou de cul.
You see the hole in the textbook?
Laisse-toi te demander une question, Cameron. Quand me demanderais-tu de sortir avec toi?
Did you guys go to the prom? How was it? I went with some friends and a guy friend. It was fun. This is crazy. We see Mandela is shocked to discover a gifted dress from a William S. Ooh, bars. I always think, just personally, as a plus-size girly, that giving clothing to anybody is a bit risky, but I'm glad it works out for them.
7. Good.
Oh my gosh, this house is insane. I would absolutely thrive in this environment.
I'd like to discuss tomorrow night with you. Now, as you know, it's the prom.
How did they get that shot? Wow. And then we see how Bianca is still consumed with thoughts about prom and her dad is still consumed with catastrophic thinking. He just can't help but imagine that one night of fun is gonna end up with him being called grandpa in a few months.
The prom. Kat has a date?
Well, no.
He tells her point blank, "You're not going. I know you want to bend the rules for that Joey guy, and I'm not gonna let that happen." He's projecting all this anxiety and these controlling thoughts onto his daughters because, as Kat put it before, he has a hard time controlling his own life. I mean, we see from the way like he's struggling to lose weight here. I don't know if I'm gonna put that in, but I think that's what they're hinting at.
Don't think you're fooling me for a second. I know who you want to bend the rules for. It's that hot rod Joey.
What's a hot rod?
He's like, I don't want to talk about that.
If your sister's not going, you're not going. End of story.
Okay, let's review. Kat, not interested. Me, dying to go.
Exactly, it's not fair.
Daddy, we'll dance, we'll kiss, we'll come home. It's not quite the crisis situation you imagine.
He doesn't listen to her at all.
Kissing, huh? That's what you think happens? Got news for you. Kissing isn't what keeps me up to my elbows in placenta.
Oh my gosh.
Can we for 2 seconds ignore the fact that you're severely unhinged and discuss my need for a night of teenage normalcy?
One of those pesky truths that we believe here at Movie Sleepover is that most of our internal scripts that we're enforcing and running are written from fear. He's not letting his daughter have normal rites of passage experiences because his job has shown him worst case scenario time and time again, where now he can only see 2 ways of being for his daughters: abstinent and controlled, or loose, wild, and worst case scenario.
What's normal? Those damn Dawson's River kids sleeping in each other's beds?
He makes a quaint reference to Dawson's Creek, which, rest in peace, James Vanderbeek, who just passed. But it's a perfect moment for that comparison because her sentence right before that was pretty Dawson-esque, and I wonder if the writers caught that.
I'm down. I've got the 411, and you are not going out and getting jiggy with some boy. I don't care how dope his ride is.
I don't know, guys. The 90s had this weird obsession with teenagers having this expanded vernacular. We had Dawson's Creek, but Clueless had a part to play in it too, because all of a sudden, even the popular kids on TV sounded like they were well-read and had these wide vocabularies. And then 10 Things came out pretty much at the height of that movement.
Ugh!
That like
raise no fool.
My brother has started using Gen Alpha slang to annoy my niece, and so he started sounding like this dad a little bit. Oh my gosh, you guys, look. The Real World.
The Real World.
Wow, that's time travel right there. Have you guys ever seen these shows? It's called The Real World. It was a huge craze in the 90s, and it had a huge influence on shaping reality TV. But this made me think about, there are interviews with the cast members of The Real World and how they mentioned that the cameras made them more aware of how they were performing. And so that totally ties in with our theme tonight, performance versus presence, and how like everybody is playing a part at the end of the day. Bianca watching that show is great because it's basically shorthand in the audience's mind for telling us that Bianca is mainstream and that also she's socially conscious.
Come in.
So you have more butterflies. See, Bianca goes through more of a transformation than Kat does, really. So Kat comes in, and I don't love how she opens here.
I know you hate having to sit at home because I'm not Susie High School.
Like you care.
I do care. But I'm a firm believer in doing something for your own reasons and not someone else's.
I understand what she was trying to do, I just don't love it. But eventually she explains that she and Joey dated for a little while. And Bianca had no idea.
Why?
Why?
Because he was like such a babe.
But you hate Joey.
Now I do.
That's funny, you can see her like reminiscing. And not only did they date, they were intimate one time.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh. Please tell me you're joking.
Just once. Right after Mom left.
That's important. Did you catch that? Only once, right after their mom left. Kat was probably feeling abandoned and out of control, and probably was hoping that sleeping with Joey would make her feel closer with him and a little bit more in control of things. And since everybody else was doing it, she might as well too, and maybe she would feel better.
Afterwards, I told him I didn't want to anymore because I wasn't ready. And he got pissed and he dumped me.
Then, after he dumps her for not wanting to continue having sex, Kat takes what she can from the experience. That Joey is shallow, rather than that she feels humiliated. That boys are manipulative and high school culture is toxic.
After that, I swore I would never do anything just because everyone else was doing it. And I haven't since. With the exception of Bogey's party and my stunning digestive pyrotechnics.
Digestive pyrotechnics, that's one way to put it.
I warned him that if he told anyone, the cheerleading squad would find out how tiny his dick is.
Okay, but we love a queen who understands mutually assured destruction.
Okay, so why didn't you tell me?
I wanted to let you make up your own mind about him.
That sounds admirable, but it's not really. See, watch the body language right here. Kat crosses to the bed and sits down because in her mind, she's trying to connect and bridge the gap between them. But then, for the first time in the film, the camera implies power to Bianca when she stands.
It's not like I'm stupid enough to repeat your mistakes.
Ouch.
I guess I thought I was protecting you.
So, quick pillow pile pause. Let's remember how Kat came to be how she is. Her mother left, and then her father tightened the grip. Her first sexual experience ended in humiliation, and she had to grow up way too quickly. So it makes sense that she would try and go into a protector role and make it so that Bianca doesn't have to experience the pain that she went through. But the problem with that is that she's controlling Bianca's actions in the same way that their dad is controlling theirs. So she was being controlling emotionally. And so that's what Bianca gets mad at here. She's responding to both of them limiting her choices.
By not letting me experience anything for myself?
Not all experiences are good, Bianca.
So Kat saying not all experiences are good, to me what I hear is not all experiences change you for the better. But Bianca saying, I guess I'll never know, is basically one of those core truths of being alive, don't you think? I mean, is it better to avoid pain or risk it in order to live more fully? Because by Kat attempting to limit her exposure to the bad, she also limited her exposure to any good experiences. And at what point does that protection not feel like protection anymore? I don't know. Here, basically, to me, I hear she's telling her that just because you have your trauma doesn't mean that I inherit your fear. Have you ever had a fight with your sibling like this? Did you guys eventually make up?
You can't always trust the people you want to.
Well, I guess I'll never know, will I?
See, she went in there trying to make amends, and it just, she drove the wedge further. So Bianca kicks Kat out of her room and doesn't look back. And then we get one of my favorite shots of the film. I love this scene, you guys. It says so much without saying a single word. Plus, Kat just looks effortlessly cool. Okay, you guys, I love this shot. I'm about to geek out. Okay, first of all, they're separated by glass, which shows already how Kat feels distant from her sister. And then on top of that, she's sitting in a swing, which is all about that sort of liminal space between childhood and adulthood. Swings end up in coming-of-age films all the time because of this. So, and then we have Bianca sitting in it in what I can only presume to be her fanciest dress. I don't know. My interpretation is that her outfit is a protest. She wants to go to prom and be part of that world, but she's being forced to perform this innocence longer. Do you see how much it's saying without saying anything? I've been acting like a child. Kat assumed Bianca had it easy because she was pretty and popular, but now, looking out her window, Bianca looks isolated and sad. And it's one of those moments that suggests that maybe Bianca's identity as the adored girl isn't as simple as Kat initially thought. So together with the swing and the dress and the shot, it just makes me think of we're witnessing this character stuck in that space between being a girl and being a woman. But on top of that, this is the only time that we see Bianca by herself the entire film, that she's not interrupted by anybody else. The fact that Bianca doesn't get much alone time made me think about how popular girls are expected to always be on and performing for others. In sort of a meta way, we're not giving her as many interior moments. And on top of that, it's challenging how Kat views her as a person.
I said I'm sorry, yeah, I'm sorry.
So now it's the night of the prom. Act 3, release.
Solves the problem instantly.
Do you guys remember these infomercials? They still have them. I see them on the TV sometimes.
It's an amazing powder that clings to the tiniest hairs on your head. It actually builds on itself.
Visual comedy. This film has so many clever and subtle storytelling gags. This is so great. I love his face.
Great looking hair. And the GLH hair system is not expensive.
Interesting.
Order your GLH hair package now.
I might have mentioned this, but something I adore about this film is how it subverts so many of those usual rom-com tropes. Like, Kat doesn't get a big makeover reveal, you know? She doesn't take off her glasses and become hotter. She just becomes more herself. Years later, people still point to her as a relatable, unconventional female lead. Likewise, Bianca is shown to be quite layered and deep as well. I mean, while still being completely different to her sister and keeping her femininity intact. That both sisters grow and change and evolve without a makeover is just really refreshing, in my opinion.
Bye, Dad. I'm going to the prom.
Wow.
Funny, sweetie.
Walter doesn't even take her seriously at first.
What's that?
A prom dress?
Is
I
it?
seem to be hearing that word a lot lately.
I love the dresses. They were made custom. For some great videos regarding the characters and their costumes, check out Art at Midnight. I put a link to her video in the description, so if you like my video, I think you'll like hers as well. I find it interesting, we don't see the moment where Kat tells Bianca that she's going. Storytelling-wise, we don't need it, but I don't know, it would just lengthen the runtime. But I think it would have been interesting, and I find it fascinating that they both somehow had prom dresses at the ready. I don't know, a bit of movie magic, perhaps. Then there's a knock at the door.
Hi.
Oh.
Wow. I am.
Oh. Last we saw of them, she was dissing him in French for not having made a move, so perhaps he finally translated it and made a promposal? Who knows?
Bye, Daddy.
Stop. Turn. Explain.
We're overjoyed to see Cameron on the other side of the door, not Joey. But Walter is not having it.
Remember how you said I could date if Kat dated? Well, she found this guy who's actually kind of perfect for her, which is actually kind of perfect for me because Cameron asked me to go to the prom and I really, really, really want to go.
That's interesting that we didn't get to see Cameron ask her.
Based on the aforementioned rule and its previous stipulations, of course.
Bianca explains it falls in line with all the previously agreed upon rules, so it should be fine.
Nice to meet you.
Now let's go.
See, he tries to shake his hand. That's good at least. But Bianca's having none of it. She takes his hand and off they go to enjoy prom, leaving her dad standing there looking bewildered.
I know every cop in town, bucko.
Gotta love Cameron's please don't hurt me head shake. Like, I'm not gonna make a move, I promise.
This is not good.
So he feels like he's losing his control. He's losing his daughters a little bit. So both the sisters are off and on their way to prom. So now we have the prom, and it's held in this beautiful ballroom. We have our bands Save Ferris right here. I don't know how much of this I'm gonna have to cut for copyright, so just a heads up for that. Cute.
Wow.
You too.
Wow. Look how classically cool both of these people look. Oh my gosh. Oh, a single red rose.
Where'd you get a tux at the last minute?
They joke about how they just happened to have the clothing lying around. Fun fact about me, you guys, I actually bought my prom dress my freshman year and then wore it my senior year to prom. I just saw it and I knew it was mine. What did you guys wear to prom? Did you go? If you're on TikTok, go ahead and post your prom photos in the comments. I'd love to see them.
I'm really sorry that I questioned your motives.
Oh, gosh.
I was wrong.
You're forgiven.
Okay.
Oh, gosh. She flat out apologizes to him, and he just accepts it. Would telling her the truth have ruined the night? Yeah, but I don't know. That seems preferable, in my opinion, to what ends up happening.
Ready for the prom?
Yes, ma'am.
They are too cool for school. They enter prom full of possibility and optimism, flashing back to those sunflowers at the Stratford house, which, speaking of the Stratford house, who should show up at that very minute? Look at him. He's about a monocle away from passing go and collecting $200. Did you guys dress up for prom, or was your high school more laid back?
I'm Mr. Stratford. I'm Joey. I'm here to pick up Bianca.
Look at him looking around. I love how smug he looks. Perfect humor. No punchline necessary. But now the stakes have raised. The person who bankrolled the entire scheme has just been blindsided by the object of his desire no longer being accessible to him. This is not going to end well. Aww. They're so cute. Even though they were only like 3 months apart in age, Larissa Olenek said that she looked up to Julia Stiles, who she said was really mature for her age and seemed like a cool downtown New Yorker.
He asked me to meet him here.
Mandela, who's Kat's best friend, played by Susan May Pratt.
Oh, Mandela, please tell me you haven't progressed to full-on hallucinations.
Progressed to full-blown hallucinations is kind of funny because now we have the Mandela effect. Even though it's spelled differently, it's still funny to me. Aww. Just let you know that I know. So in sort of a pair the spares moment, we get Michael pairing off with Mandela.
A lady.
Good sir.
They're so cute. Save Ferris is the prom band. I don't know how much of this I'm gonna have to cut out for copyright, but their music, as Ralph Saul, the executive music producer, said, their music is just really conducive to fun. It brings everything to a height right before the truth reveal. Somehow, Patrick called in a favor to get them to perform at the prom, which is crazy.
Oh my God!
I called in a favor!
What favor did you call in, Patrick? Seriously, this guy is known by every bartender in town. He has rumors about having a porn career, and he called in a favor to get this rock star at their prom. Exactly what kind of backstory does this dude have? The writers joked in a behind-the-scenes featurette that they weren't sure how that line got into the film. They were like, maybe the director thought, hey, let's let the pretty blonde come back and sing at the prom. Trivia time! The bands are performing a cover of Cruel to Be Kind, which takes its name from what Shakespeare play? Was it A, Twelfth Night, B, The Taming of the Shrew, C, Hamlet, or D, Much Ado About Nothing? The answer is C, Hamlet. Hamlet believes that by causing his mother emotional pain, he's going to cause her to see the immorality of her actions. Cruel to be kind. In 10 Things I Hate About You, it's more about the scheme to take Kat out and then them eventually falling in love for real. Cruel to be kind. But that's my interpretation. Do you have a different one? The music is so good. It's so upbeat, and it gives everything this really nice, rich, fun atmosphere. And if the movie ended right here, it would be all good. And real quick, a huge shout out to the Movie Goose on TikTok. So overjoyed to have you in our community. Your comments have been amazing. Thank you so much. And if you want to be featured on a future episode of Movie Sleepover, go ahead and toss your comments in the pillow pile. Rules are in the description. So we see Bianca freshening up in the mirror, and who should come up behind her? Is that snake print on her dress? Interesting. If it is, I love it. Even if it's not, it's black and white, which makes sense. Makes me think she sees the world through rigidity, which is what we're trying to walk away from with this movie. See how she comes up behind her in the mirror? Coming face to face with the representation of the system she once was belonging to.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I know you didn't think you were the only sophomore at the prom. Joey just picked me up.
Oh.
She's claiming rank by saying that. The second his shallowness becomes undeniable, she detaches.
Well, congratulations. He's all yours.
Very generous, princess.
Notice as soon as she secures herself with Joey, she ditches Bianca as a friend and calls her princess. That's some latent hostility right there. That makes me think of that saying, like, your biggest fan is someone you've never met, but your biggest hater is someone you know.
And just so you know, Joey only liked you for one reason. He even had a bet going with his friends. He was gonna nail you tonight.
Look at poor Bianca's face when she realizes she was just a pawn and Joey was using her the whole time. Oh my God, she's basically having her entire fantasy shattered. Chastity delights in how low that makes her feel. If you delight in making someone else feel bad, I highly recommend shadow work journaling prompts. They're free on Pinterest. Okay, but girl with the feather boa and the glasses at prom, who are you, you glorious icon? Where are you now? You ever notice how many scenes where somebody's mask slips, like Chastity's, happen in front of mirrors? It's a fun symbolic device. Pillow pile pause. So that scene seems minor, but it completely sets up Bianca's whole arc because Chastity represents the system and telling her that not only was she not adored previously, she was objectified and bet on. In the last mirror scene with Kat, she says, I happen to like being adored, thank you very much. And with this mirror scene, she's seeing how quickly the same system can degrade and discard you instantly. And this is the first time Bianca sees that social system she's been in from the outside. Okay, lastly, and this is just a thought, what if we cast Gabrielle Union as Mandela, the Shakespeare-obsessed best friend, and Susan May Pratt as Chastity, the conniving antagonist? Because Susan May Pratt she played a conniving best friend character in Drive Me Crazy, which came out this same year. So we know she can do it. And then Union has the face of an angel. So I don't know. That way we avoid the only person of color being a villain in the film. So just a thought. So popularity didn't buy her respect. So she lost respect for popularity.
Milwaukee! That's where it was last year!
So Patrick completely drops the mysterious bad boy persona and admits what he was doing last year. And it's about as glamorous as your unemployed cousin.
I wasn't in jail, I don't know Marilyn Manson, and I didn't sleep with a Spice Girl. I don't think.
Which is so interesting to me because the genuine nature with which he said it, I don't know, it just makes me wonder, does Patrick secretly have this music background that we don't understand or know about? Like the bartender at Club Skunk knew his name. He called in a favor for the band to come in, which is crazy in and of itself. And then now he has a rumor of sleeping with a Spice Girl? Just saying, what if Patrick's hiding a bit more than we suspected?
So I spent most of the year on his couch watching Wheel of Fortune and making SpaghettiOs. End of story.
No way!
Since Kat is impressed by sincerity, this is the final key to winning her heart. And look at how big her smile is and how happy and free they look right before everything comes crashing down. And after giving Bianca flack earlier for wearing the pearls, Kat is now wearing them to prom.
Hey! What's Bianca doing here with that cheese dip? I didn't pay you to take out Kat so that some little punk could snake me with Bianca.
Oh no. Joey grabs Patrick and basically shouts out the whole thing, and Kat hears everything. See, as soon as he says it, the overhead lights go red. The truth is out, and it's not pretty. He basically blows the whole plan up by shouting at him, and Kat hears everything. Joey is pissed because Bianca's here with Cameron and not him. Love how smug Chastity was to basically amount to being his backup. Aim for the stars, girls. Maybe you too can be some rich asshole's consolation prize.
Nothing in it for you, huh?
Okay, imagine how Kat is feeling right now. The guy... Okay, this guy dumped you after you said you weren't ready to continue being physical with him, and then he basically harassed you throughout your entire school career, only to find out that he paid somebody to take you out. Not only that, but you actually, despite trying to keep your guard up, you actually fell for him. You actually did. This poor girl. How humiliating and hurtful can you get? Patrick runs after her. And then Michael dances over to Cameron and says this.
The shit hath hitteth the fan.
I have to admit, I've tried to come to terms with how I feel about Patrick as a character and like his and Kat's dynamic overall. But I'm really torn, to be honest. What do you guys think? Do you like Patrick Verona as a character? Let's do this. Let's make a pro-con list. Ooh, baby. See, most of the characters aren't bad people. They're just reacting to the social pressures of their environment. The entire plot happens because everyone's trying to maintain their place in the social hierarchy. And when you think about it, high school dynamics like that never really go away. They turn into workplace dynamics or social media or, I don't know, there's more to this, but I'm gonna move on. So for now, this thought is unfinished. I like that Cameron starts to go and then Michael pulls him back and is like, I got this, and tries to make it all right.
Joey, compadre, listen.
Oh my gosh. And we see the difference between Cameron and Joey right here as Cameron goes to help Michael out.
Now you're gonna pay. You and that little bitch.
All right, that's enough, okay? You crossed the line.
Oh gosh. And then Joey sucker punches him and taunts him.
Oh, come on, get up, you little punk.
Just like we saw with Chastity, humiliation is trying to restore the hierarchy among everybody. So now Cameron has two options. He can stay down and look weak, or he can get up and lose.
Oh! Shit, Bianca, I'm shooting a nose spray ad tomorrow!
I love how his reaction isn't, why did you do that? But immediately just showing his priorities are his appearance. This guy only cares about his appearance and his reputation. Plus, in high school, physical humiliation is usually worse, and it's being dealt by Bianca, of all people. Okay, let's break this down. The tap? Excuse me, you're underestimating me. The first punch?
That's for making my day bleed!
She's calling Cameron her date. She wasn't proud or eager to do that before. And then the next punch?
That's for my sister! Oh! And that's for me!
Hell yeah. She's aligning with Kat for the first time in the film, moving her loyalty and showing that she was wrong to trust Joey. The knee to the groin is the chef's kiss moment for me because it's basically her, she just learned from Chastity in the bathroom that he wanted to sleep with her. And so now she's basically saying, you wanted to objectify me? Objectify this. Bianca adapts faster than anyone else in the film. And as an audience, we understand that her rejection of Joey in this moment isn't about love, but about self-respect. And then we leave Joey, who cares most about his appearance and his reputation, on the floor in a crumpled heap, clutching his groin with his reputation and his nose both ruined.
Are you okay?
This moment is so cute between them. Bianca helps Cameron up, and then because of his ego, Joey only has his hand. Oh, look at him laying in a heap, grabbing his own crotch. And his classmates are all around him to see the whole thing.
Never been better.
Oh. They're cute. But here is my favorite part, you guys. Okay, before I share it, I want to remind you guys about the concept of the male gaze. When people say something caters to the male gaze, they're basically saying that it treats women more like prizes than people. Now, what does that have to do with this moment? We as an audience get so excited about this film because it's one of the few films that, though shot by a male director, was written by 2 female writers. So even though it does involve quite a bit of misogyny, the female characters have growth arcs and agency. So Cameron isn't the one who saves the day. Bianca is. It's such a great choice for McCullough and Smith. But then we're reminded that not everybody had a good night.
You were paid to take me out by the one person I truly hate. I knew this was a setup.
Oh gosh.
It wasn't like that, okay?
When Kat finds out the truth, it's like her insides turn to ice. She instantly believes that he never liked her at all, and this was all just a means to get paid. Whereas he's trying to prove to her that he really did care and it wasn't about the money at all.
Really, what was it like? A down payment now and then a bonus for sleeping with me?
No, I didn't care about the money, okay? I cared about you.
Easy to say now.
You are so not who I thought you were.
Patrick! What did you think that was gonna accomplish? Oh my gosh, that's sort of Cinderella-esque right there. What a beautiful shot. She walks away from Patrick and Bianca comes up behind him and finally, perhaps, takes on some guilt for what her sister is experiencing. The music choice. I mean, playing Even Angels Fall by Jessica Riddle over this scene does not help. It's so good. I like that we see Bianca come up behind him and then we see how she's processing this too, because she's basically behind the scheme as well. Kat just doesn't know that. Like, everyone treats Kat like she's dramatic, but she's the only one who reacts naturally to the entire transactional scope of the dating structure. So Patrick is so compelling because the movie forces him to grow out of the lie that he initially believed. Not only was he paid to take Kat out initially, but his entire bad boy persona is smoke and mirrors. But now he's quit smoking, and he has to face himself. There's a deleted scene that's supposed to follow this where Kat is dragging Bianca by her elbow saying, like, how could you set me up like this? And then they turn the corner and there is Ms. Perky making out with the teacher played by director Gil Younger. But Younger graciously cut all of his scenes when the runtime was too long. There's also another deleted scene where Ms. Perky just encourages Kat to beat Bianca's ass. I'm surprised Perky's allowed within 500 feet of a school, to be honest. I love this scene, you guys. This is probably one of my favorite scenes of the film. We start with Cameron coming up, and we have this movement around the porch. How gorgeous is that? And she's on the porch, which isn't in the house. It's like half home, half out in the world. So it's perfect because she's not fully an adult yet, you know? So it's perfect for this scene to take place right here. It does so much with so little. Like, Kat is sitting on the porch, she's drawing an eye, which is interesting for a film that's all about being seen and misunderstood and eventually met. And Bianca comes up with the tea.
What?
Thanks.
She's caring about her sister.
So you sure you don't want to go sailing with us? It'll be fun.
No, I'm fine.
Then Bianca comes up with tea, offering it, and we realize that her arc is so much more than just punching the popular boy who objectified her. It's about somebody who learned how to reach somebody who's a little bit prickly without making them pull away. Because right now, Bianca can understand without her overtly showing it that Kat is hurt. Anybody would be.
Look, I don't know if I ever thanked you for going last night, but it really meant a lot to me.
I'm glad.
When we first meet these characters, Kat believes that Bianca represents everything that she's against, and everything shallow. in high school. And then Bianca thinks that Kat's ruining her life. But by the end, they understand each other's choices. The movie pretends it's about two relationships, but really it's about two sisters and two different ways of being a woman, learning how to respect each other.
Hey.
Hey.
You ready?
Bianca invites Kat out with them, and for the first time, it's not, please will you do this, or please don't wear this, or please stop saying this, but rather a genuine invitation, and a sincere one at that.
Bye.
They're so cute. And you see the angels, so there was a AT&T ad where Larissa Olenek was edited onto a cherub. And so that's referenced with her sweater with the angels on the back there.
Shoot.
I hope so.
They're talking about how they hope she'll be okay. That's a huge shift from seeing Kat mostly as an obstacle to a better life. And now Bianca's seeing her as a person. I think everyone focuses on Kat's transformation, but Bianca's arc might be the bigger one. She starts the movie defining herself by the attention of guys and ends it. Even though she's with Cameron, she's choosing self-respect. And she ends the film with Cameron, who was technically beneath her, so it just shows that her transformation was genuine. Overall, Kat and Bianca just represent two ways women learn to survive social pressure. One rejects the system entirely, and one learns to win inside of it. And the story becomes interesting when they learn that neither strategy is enough on its own. Freedom isn't rejecting connection, and connection isn't worth much if it's not with integrity. Walter comes out and asks where Bianca's going.
She's meeting some bikers. Big ones. Full of sperm.
Classic Kat.
Funny.
But notice how he doesn't react as comedically or anxiously as before. He's seeing how his daughters aren't quarreling anymore, meaning that they're maturing. So things are changing.
So tell me about this dance. Was it hopping?
Parts of it.
Kat lets him know the best part of the night was this.
The part where Bianca beat the hell out of some guy.
Bianca did what?
What's the matter? Upset that I rubbed off on her?
Oh, impressed.
Wow, that's really heartwarming. It's the one trait she thought was judged, and it's the one that he actually respects. And this is interesting because she's probably assumed up until now that this part of her, which is defiant and rebellious, was probably judged and looked down upon by her dad. This calls back to the scene where Patrick was dropping her off outside the house, and she mentioned that her dad wants her to be more like Bianca. So the fact that her dad wants Bianca to be more like her means everything. And it probably throws her for a loop. How beautiful. Look at that shot, you guys. We're framed by the columns. It's so pretty. I love this whole scene, you guys. And we get this really sweet moment.
You know, fathers don't like to admit it when their daughters are capable of running their own lives. It means we've become spectators.
That's how you use the sun as a backlight. Look how beautiful that
Bianca
looks.
still lets me play a few innings. You've had me on the bench for years.
So here he's using kind of an awkward sports analogy, but it's sweet, and it shows us how he doesn't just see Kat as a rebel. He sees her as unreachable, which is really sad. He lost his wife, she abandoned them. Then his eldest daughter basically shut him out, so he clung on for dear life with his youngest, not realizing that that was pushing them away. This is what makes it good though, because it doesn't flatten him into just controlling dad. You know, it makes it so that he was controlling and wounded all at the same time, which is more lifelike, in my opinion.
When you go to Sarah Lawrence, I won't even be able to watch the game.
When I go?
Walter has spent the entire movie trying not to let his daughters grow up. And now we admit that the real fear isn't prom or sex or boys. It's becoming peripheral to the people who you love. It's the people in this world that you love the most not needing you as much. And I think that's a fear a lot of us can relate to.
Oh boy, don't tell me you changed your mind. I already sent him a check.
I'm gonna cry. That is so sweet. He already sent the check. You guys, that's such an investment. in her as a person, that says so much. That's trust and autonomy. It's beautiful. And also, the choice of it being Sarah Lawrence is such a good touch because it's a school, it's an environment that's gonna make Kat even more uncontrollable and independent, which is why for him to have already sent the check there is such a huge investment in who she is, and it just denotes so much trust and love, and I think she can feel that, which is why she does this. He's so surprised, he doesn't even know how to react. He's just like, oh my gosh. Do you think Kat's surprised that her dad believes in her, or that he's letting her go? What do you think?
I assume everyone has found time to complete their poem, except for Mr. Donna, who has an excuse.
Mr. Morgan gives us some great comedic relief and teases Joey about how he looks and makes him take off his glasses.
Lose the glasses.
Look at him. He looks like a bee that accidentally stung himself. Somebody lost his modeling job.
All right. Anyone brave enough to read theirs aloud?
Okay, probably the most iconic scene in the entire film besides the serenade. This is the moment it all comes together. I think it's important to note that she doesn't raise her hand immediately. She only does after nobody else does.
I will.
Lord, here we go.
So the director, Younger, is adamant that you can't think your way to creative genius. And what really struck me when I was doing my research for this video was his beliefs about at the core of every story is, and at the core of being human, is just the desire to love and be loved. So he thinks that the success of the film is due to its honesty and that people gravitate towards simple stories about human emotion.
I hate the way you talk to me and the way you cut your hair. I hate the way you drive my car. I hate it when you stare.
You're about to see a master at work. In the original script, it's more straightforward. But this was one of the last days of shooting, and it was all coming together now that this amazing experience was about to be over. So it hit Julia Stiles all at once, and these tears are authentic. Kirsten Smith wrote the poem. She actually has an entire works of poetry, but it's called 10 Things I Hate About You. Technically, there's 13 to 14 things. Not to be pedantic, but...
I hate your big dumb combat boots and the way you read my mind. I hate you so much it makes me sick. It even makes me rhyme.
See, Kat's poem on its surface is simple. It's so simple, it's universally relatable. I mean, all of us can relate to having feelings that we wish we weren't. Whether it be about a person or a situation, we all can connect with that. And so we all connect with her right here.
I hate it. I hate the way you're always right. I hate it when you lie. I hate it when you make me laugh. Even worse when you make me cry.
Oh my gosh. See, this moment is about so much more than just Patrick. She's losing control for one of the first times. And it gnaws at that universal fear of caring too much. It's about wanting to hate him, being unable to, and that making her miserable. This isn't supposed to be a sweet moment for her. She hates that she has these feelings for him. As far as she knows, he's still using her. She's furious that she's here and feeling this pain and that she's not immune to it. Stiles choosing to cry, or rather not being able to keep from crying in this moment, actually elevates it. I mean, just look at his reaction.
I hate it when you're not around and the fact that you didn't call.
He probably didn't even know if he was allowed to call her. You can feel the anxiety and the sadness like rolling off of her. Even when she stumbles over a line, like it's not even registered. And you guys, this is the first and only shot they did of this moment. She absolutely nailed it. Like, this speech pulls tears out of people. The director said that he was literally holding his nose in his mouth because he didn't want to make a sound because he was so in awe and blown away by her talent. She was 17 years old and brought the entire room to tears.
But mostly I hate the way I don't hate you. Not even close. Not even a little bit. Not even at all.
Oh, baby girl. The poster in the background is so good because Kat was popular when Joey coerced her into sex. She placed a boundary and then he broke her heart and turned it cold. And then here comes this guy, this mysterious guy who meets her and sees her. And then you want to tell me that that guy is only interested in her because that other guy paid him to be? I would be crying too. Oh my God. I would be furious with myself for allowing this to happen. Like, in my opinion, the poem is how she feels despite her better judgment. Julia Stiles said in an interview of Heath Ledger that he was a very giving and generous scene partner, and that when they flipped around to get his coverage for this scene, he could have cried and made it a bigger show, but he chose to be more subdued and let her shine. And that speaks volumes about who he was as a performer and a person. The writer said that the tears weren't in the original script, but that she definitely elevated it with the genuine emotion. And Kiwi Smith has said that she's really glad that the poem still resonates with teens and that it lives on, you know. Trivia time! 10 Things I Hate About You was released on the same day in March 1999 as what other film? A. American Pie, B. The Matrix, C. The Sixth Sense, or D. Fight Club? The answer is B, The Matrix. Can you imagine being so proud of your first ever feature film and then it's debuted and premiered on the same day as one of the most iconic, mind-bending movies of all time? I don't know, you guys. 1999 was just an absolute monster when it came to films. We were definitely spoiled right before Y2K. Gil Younger has said that from the very first minute they were working on the film to the minute he delivered it, it was an absolute blast to work on. A lot of the younger cast said it was a great experience, with Joseph Gordon-Levitt saying it felt like going to the greatest camp ever. It sounds like it was just a really magical time where everything just sort of came together. And Julia Stiles says that she thinks the authenticity is why the film remains so resonant with people and it sticks in our culture. He knows he has to do something. He has to make it right. So she walks up to her car. We get this gorgeous crane shot. But I love that it's the same day, probably only an hour or two later, and somehow... See, the guitar is such an amazing idea because anybody can get you flowers, but this shows that he was actually paying attention to who she is and like what she wants to do. On top of that, he didn't buy something that makes her more traditionally feminine, which is awesome in and of itself, but he used the money that he was paid to take her out with on her. So that makes it so much easier to forgive him. It shows not just because of the financial value, his sincerity, but that he was listening to her and cared enough to remember.
Nice, huh?
I would have hit my head on the roof of the car. I would have been like, what?
I thought you could use it, you know, when you start your band.
Oh my god.
Besides, I had some extra cash, you know. Some asshole paid me to take out this really great girl.
I think the reason this movie still works is because it's less about high school and more about identity. Like, every character is trying to figure out who they actually are versus who they're pretending to be, as well as who others expect them to be. And that's basically what people struggle with online too, like authenticity versus expectations. I think all of us have stuff we're scared to admit, you know? And that's partly why Kat's character resonates so long after the film was released. She doesn't become someone new. Someone just learns how to love the real her. And she learns how to receive that love without armor. It's something a lot of us could learn right now. Why do you think Kat is still loved so many years later? And tell me in the comments, what was your favorite part of the movie?
Is that right?
Would you be able to take
Yeah, but
it
I
back?
screwed up. I fell for her.
We get his transformation from manipulator to lover boy. Do you think Kat would have forgiven him without the guitar? So it's important that he used the money on her in the end.
Really?
It's not every day you find a girl who'll flash someone to get you out of detention.
So he knew after all. I love this ending, you guys, because it keeps Kat's identity intact. It's about earning trust rather than changing her or softening her. Like, she does soften, but she remains who she is fundamentally inside, you know?
You can't just buy me a guitar every time you screw up, you know.
It's a good point.
Yeah, I know. But then, you know, there's always drums and bass and maybe even one day a tambourine.
Hell yeah. She's very clear he cannot just buy her stuff whenever he messes up, and it's played mostly for a joke, so she lets it slide for now. Do you think he deserved to be forgiven? Would you take him back?
And don't you think you can...
Look at her surprise. I love that. I love her surprised look when he pulls her back like that. It's like she's not used to somebody interacting and engaging with her intensity like that. So she's finally met her match. And then she sort of melts into it. And then this oneer could only be done once, basically, because it would cost $500,000 every time the helicopter took off. So they had to make sure they got the shot, essentially. Look at this. This is so good. Trivia time. The band playing at the prom and later on the school roof is a real 90s band. Which one? A, Garbage. B, No Doubt. C, Letters to Cleo. Or D, The Cranberries? The answer? C, Letters to Cleo. And they're performing the song I Want You to Want Me by Cheap Trick. What's so fun is that Shakespeare's comedies usually end with either a feast or a banquet. So by having our little, school roof rock concert while they kiss, it's sort of a nod to the original source material. On top of that, the lyrics, I want you to want me, we just watched 2 hours of people wanting others to want them and shown that love is real when it's built with autonomy, trust, and respect. Wow, that was so good. How cute. Interesting. So Heath Ledger got top billing. I would have thought that Julia Stiles would have been listed first in the credits. Interesting. What do you think Patrick's poem was? Did he even do the assignment, do you think? When asked where Kat Strafford would be today, Julia Stiles said in an interview with Vogue, hopefully she's a lot happier out of high school. She's either touring with a band or living in a cabin in Costa Rica making sourdough bread. She has no screens around her, and she's definitely surfing. As the bard himself said, all the world's a stage, and the men and women merely players. A man will play many roles within his lifetime, but I guarantee you, none will be as fantastic and exhilarating as the most authentic and present version of you. Maybe someday we'll forget we need to perform at all. So, what are our takeaways for tonight? There isn't just one way to be a strong woman. Kat rejects the system. Bianca works to navigate it. And both of them become stronger once they stop performing for the wrong audience. Freedom isn't rejecting connection. And connection isn't worth very much if it costs you your integrity. Most people try to be impressive, but real maturity starts when you start asking whether the people who are impressed by you are people you respect. Because beneath the jokes and the romance, 10 Things I Hate About You is really about one question. Who are we performing for? And who do we become when we stop? Because the right people won't want a performance. They'll want the real thing. And if you're lucky enough, they'll meet you there. Send this to the most interesting person you know so that they know at least 2 people think that they're amazing and should break out of their shell more. And for your movie sleepover challenge, do one thing this week that reflects the real you rather than who people expect you to be. Not reckless or anything, just something authentic. Maybe that just means sharing an honest opinion, or wearing something you really like, or saying no when you'd usually say yes. Because as 10 Things I Hate About You shows us, not every audience deserves a performance, and the right one won't need one. This is Lily, signing off, wishing you courage to be your most authentic, awesome self. And I'll see you at the next movie sleepover. Bye. Holy hell, what time is it? It's 3:40 a.m.